Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Hakuna motangu, hakuna koga book.
It is right there. There it is right there. That shouldn't be on the screen. So there it is right there. Here I am right here. There you are right there. And here we are. So here we are. Here we go again. Another day, another session. So it never stops. So another day, another session. Always a delight to be in your company. And welcome to you. So welcome to you. the usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Do that. You should really be doing that as a matter of routine now. So click on the like button as soon as you're coming in. Click on the subscribe button if you haven't done that already. The hyperlink that says StreamYard, that's your invitation to come and join us on the screen. So those are the 3 mandatory things that you must do. Everything else is at your discretion. You have the $sign that invites you to buy your host, or rather, you have the coffee link that invites you to buy your host cups of coffee. That's entirely at your discretion. And then you have the $sign at the bottom of the screen, which allows you to tip towards the platform. That's also entirely at your discretion. But what is not at your discretion is the like button. You must, as a matter of must, click on the like button and make sure you're subscribed as well. So do both of those and you fulfilled all righteousness. Now, that hyperlink that says StreamYard is very important because every single day we have been discovering new voices. So you'll be the new voice of the day. So we're canvassing forever for new voices. It's just really to expand the conversational space. So to expand the conversational, you're wondering why I'm smiling, Abi. I'll tell you in a moment. I said to expand the conversational space, but really the conversation is going to be a little bit sparse today because, of course, there is very little, there's very slim pickings in the news cycle, very, very slim pickings. So there is not that much out there in terms of news. So it's a case of bring your own. You know, in this country, in the United Kingdom, they have a culture of when you are going to a party, you are required to bring your own drinks. So that's the culture for this particular session. So for this particular session, it's a case of bring your own. So you bring your own drinks to this particular session. So whatever agitates you in the news cycle, you come present it, and we'll wrap conversations around it. So, but we do have. Hold on, I'm trying to line something up just as I am talking with you. Just as I'm talking with you. All right. So that's all lined up. But we do have a few items to conjure with. So the headline, of course. Let me remove this coffee thing. It's not as though it's ever served any purpose. So the headline, of course, Seychelles places ban on Nigerian passport holders. So this is a news that is slowly developing within the news cycle. You know, I got a notice of this news just a couple of days ago because there's been complaints of drug runnings within the Seychelles, a culture that they're not used to, and there seems to be an abundance of Nigerians in that space. So it looks as though that might well be what's led to this headline. Seychelles places ban on Nigerian passport holders. So let's just do this one and get it out of the way. It's a very short read, so let's do this one and get it out of the way. Seychelles has placed a ban on Nigerian passport holders applying for short-term visa or holiday purposes. Travel content creator XYZ raised the alarm on Saturday evening with a screenshot of the rejection email. The screenshot reads, "We regret to inform you that your application has been denied as per immigration regulation. For now, we are not accepting any Nigerian passport holder for holiday purposes. Kindly contact," and then he gives on a website and a telephone number for more information. As caption, she wrote, "It seems Seychelles has placed a ban on Nigerian passport holders. The thing with having a Nigerian passport is you can be postponing travel plans until you become Bill Gates, and immigration policies will be like they play." The ban comes just 6 months after Nigeria signed a pact for direct flights between the two countries. Before the ban, Nigeria had a long-standing visa-free agreement with Seychelles, which allows Nigerian citizens free entry without a visa for 30 days. So yes, so that is somewhat I have to put the proviso that's somewhat in the realms of being speculative. But the person behind this this headline that person had previously notified media houses within the Nigerian space that this is something that is happening, because there seems to be suddenly a drug crisis within the Seychelles. And at the heart of that drugs crisis, drug trafficking crisis, there seems to be that. And at the heart of that is, of course, Nigerians. So that's what leads to that. So let me take you to the next headline. So what I will do is I'll read out all of the storylines, go to the care guides, and then when we come back, we'll watch a video on the crisis in Zamfara State. So let's go on to this next headline. President Tinubu emerges ECOWAS chairman. So now, this is not necessarily an endorsement of anything Tinubu. Is the stool that is saying that affords that. The Nigerian president, of course, whoever it is, almost certain to have emerged. President Bola Tinubu has emerged the new chairman of the Economic Community of West African States. We will take democracy seriously. Democracy is very tough, but it is the best form of government, he said upon his emergence on Sunday in Guinea-Bissau. Tinubu succeeds President Umaro Embalo of Guinea-Bissau as ECOWAS chair. Tinubu's emergence was announced at the 63rd Ordinary Session of the Authority of Heads of State and Government of ECOWAS. The 63rd Ordinary Session Summit was the first engagement of the president within the African continent since he assumed office on May the 29th, 2023. Tinubu, who is the latest entrant into the exclusive club of heads of state in West Africa, pledged to bear the responsibility of the office and run an inclusive administration of regional organization. The Nigerian leader, however, warned that the threat to peace in the sub-region has reached an alarming proportion, with terrorism and an emerging pattern of military takeover that now demand urgent and concerted actions. So, hold on, un momento. Let's have some water. So now, I thought the African narrative had moved far and beyond this thing of military coup, but we're seeing it re-emerge somewhat in some countries. The Nigerian leader, however, warned that the threat to peace in the sub-region had reached an alarming proportion, with terrorism and an emerging pattern of military takeover that now demand urgent and concerted actions. He said insecurity and crippling terrorism are stunting the progress and development of the region. Tinubu called for a collective action from member states, pledging that under his leadership, frameworks would be harmonized to actualize. Anyway, he goes on to make the usual noise that that space demands. But really, the long and thrust of it is that Tinubu is now the chairman of ECOWAS. So there it is. Whatever that means. What does that add or remove anything from anything? I'm not sure. But let's go to this space. Court orders Obasanjo Yar'Adua Jonathan Buhari government to account for 5 billion Abacha loot. So is that narrative of the Abacha loot again? The money that was looted, retrieved and then re-looted. So that's the narrative of the Nigerian space. Remember, there was a tranche of that Abacha loot that came back under the Buhari administration, about $600 million. And they said they were gifting it out as palliatives to people, as a cash give out. So that was how they stole it. The Federal High Court sitting in Abuja, in a landmark judgment, has ordered the disclosure of spending details of the USD $5 billion Abacha loot by the governments of former President Olusegun Obasanjo, Umaru Musa Yar'Adua, Goodluck Jonathan, and Muhammadu Buhari. The court ordered the government of President Bola Tinubu to disclose the exact amount of money stolen by General Sani Abacha from Nigeria and the total amount of Abacha loot recovered, and all agreements signed on same by governments of former Presidents Obasanjo, Yar'Adua Jonathan, and Buhari. The judgment was delivered last week by Justice James Kolawole Omotosho following a Freedom of Information suit brought by Social Economic Rights and Accountability Project. So this name continues to recur in the fight by the Nigerian citizenry against the Nigerian state. In his judgment, Justice Omotosho held, in the final analysis, the application by SIRAP is meritorious, and the federal government, through the Ministry of Finance, is hereby ordered to furnish SIRAP with the full spending details of the $5 billion Abacha loot within 7 days of this judgment. So that's somewhat of a ludicrous thing to demand. How can you ask them to furnish the full spending details of $5 billion transcending for administration within 7 days of the judgment? So that's just the foolishness right there. Justice Omotosho ordered the government to disclose details of the projects executed with the Abacha loot, locations of any such projects, and the name of companies and contractors that carried or carrying out or is carrying out the project since the return to democracy in 1999 till date. Justice Omotosho also ordered the government to disclose details of specific roles played by the World Bank and other partners in the execution of any project funded by the Abacha loot under the government of former President Obasanjo, Yar'Adua, Jonathan, and Buhari. So it goes on and on, but that's the thrust of that. So essentially, is that recovery narrative still? So is that recovery narrative still? Let me move you on to this one. I don't want to overlabor any of the storylines, so a few paragraphs just gives you the gist of it. But this one now, I will give you the fullness of. So this one now, because this is a storyline that we have been tracking. But before I even give you this story, let me play you a clip, because there's a clip that goes with this. Let me play you this clip. All right. Let me play you this. Let me play you this clip. Let me play you. Where is it? All right. Let me play you this clip.
Àwa kì í sọ̀sùn nílùú Ìlọrin. Ẹ bá fẹ́ sọ̀sùn ẹ kọrí s'Òṣogbo. Ìlú Àlìmí, ìlú Kùránì. Àwa kì í sọ̀sùn nílùú Ìlọrin. Ẹ bá fẹ́ sọ̀sùn ẹ kọrí s'Òṣogbo.
So there it is right there. Tẹ́ bá fẹ́ ṣe Ọ̀ṣun, kẹ́ ẹ kọrí sí Òṣogbo. So there it is. For the non-Yoruba speakers, that song, you can see how they are dressed, of course. So that already tells you their backdrop. And they're telling you in that song that Ilorin is a Muslim space. And if you want to worship Oshun, then go to Oshogbo. So that's the precursor to it. So now let's now bring you what the EMIR has to say. Why we cancelled Yoruba cultural ceremony, Isheshe Festival, EMIR of Ilorin. So let's find out what led to that. The Emir of Ilorin, Ibrahim Sulugambari, has explained that the reason behind the cancellation of Isheshe Festival, a Yoruba cultural ceremony held in the town annually. Correspondents had reported that Nobel laureate Wole Soyinka, in an open letter, criticized the Emir of Ilorin for reportedly banning the Yoruba cultural ceremony. Soyinka had described the decision to cancel the festival as a crime against the cultural heritage of all humanity and an assault on civilized conduct. He said the Nigerian constitution guaranteed a freedom of belief, adding that the cancellation would undermine the country's progress. But reacting to the position of Soyinka, the monarch said the decision to cancel the ceremony was to prevent crisis. The emir described the decision as proactiveness, saying it is necessary to sustain peaceful coexistence in our society. Gambari, in a statement issued on Friday through his spokesperson, Abdulaziz, so I think we've actually come across this statement before. So there it is right there. So that's Gambari telling us exactly why he cancelled the Oshun Festival. So that's Gambari telling us exactly why he cancelled the Oshun Festival. So those are the readouts. Like I said, it's per speakings in the news cycle. So anyone that comes on should actually bring their own news. So let me take a micro break with the Kegai song. And then when I come back, we'll probably land on this. Let me line this up for you. Where is it? Yes, when I come back, we'll land on this. So this now speaks to the narrative of the goings on in the gold fields of Nasarawa. So we spent a bit of time with this. So Thomas and I will react to this when we come back, and Jide as well, who's with us. But first, let's go to the Kegai.
Only water, where they see ma. Water, Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́díyà kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Chifu Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòdò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Iku kò ní ríwà gbéṣe. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So amen to that. So like I said, it's a very slow news cycle. So we see how it goes. But before we even get into anything else, let's welcome the people who are here. It's just Thomas and Jide for the moment. So let's welcome Jide and ask him what he has been following in the news. So Jide, on mute. Jide, good to see you.
Yes. Good evening, one man.
Good to have you here.
Yes. Good evening, Mr. Thomas.
Good evening. Good evening. Hello.
Yes, my brother. How you doing?
I'm fine, and you?
I'm fine. I'm fine.
Yeah. Good. Thank you. Thank you for coming.
Yeah. Thank you.
What have you been looking at in the news today?
Today it has been me following the happenings at Guinea-Bissau. Was following keenly to see what the outcome would be, where the position of the chairman of ECOWAS was going to go to, and it finally went to our President Tinubu. And I watched his speech. And I was very, very encouraged at the dimension at which.
Sorry, it's a bit difficult to hear you, Jide.
Okay, I said I today I monitored the happenings at Guinea-Bissau. Yes, that was the major thing that I actually monitored during on the news to see where the.
Is there any attention being paid to that in Nigeria?
Yes, of course, of course. Majorly, even on the social media, there's this trending thing again. Like once Tinubu becomes the ECOWAS chairman, it will be difficult to get him out of office. It's also trending on the social media for those that still want their mandate back. So, but I watched.
Is any attention still being paid to that mandate back narrative?
Yes,
Is anybody still paying attention to it?
for those that still believe in the issue of mandates, they are still holding on to it, still waiting that something would happen at the courts. But from what I see, I don't see anything happening because all evidences has been nullified by just one witness, which is it's just a pity that it went that way. So, but I listened to the president's speech, and I was waiting to see the dimension if the speech was going to go towards, and I think it nailed just three or four major points, which is um, unity among member states, the economic synergy that will be encouraged, developed, and also the
It's really
coup.
it's really hold on. It's really difficult to hear you, Jide. Are you speaking through a device?
Yes, yes, yes.
All
All
right.
right. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's a
One,
lot
one man,
better. Yeah.
I can hear him. I
All right,
can hear
carry on.
him.
All right, carry on, Jide. It must be my end. Carry on.
Okay, so four things. He spoke about four things. The speech covered just for four major points, which is the synergy, the economic synergy is driving. That it would drive and encourage and develop among member states. The unity he wants to um, foster with other member states to ensure that there's a secured environment in ECOWAS, and also demanding that ECOWAS stand up for themselves, speak up for themselves, and take their matters down to AU and then and also to the EU, to America and to Britain, and to demand that their rights. I think that's one other thing that he mentioned, and also mentioned the issue of eliminating coup in any of the ECOWAS member states. So those were the four major things that his speech really highlighted, and it was a delight to watch. I watched his arrival. I watched the arrival of all other presidents, and I saw how they were welcomed. The reception was wonderful, and I think it's a good way to go. That's what caught my own attention in the news today.
Oh, are you a batified? Are you a batified? Because you sound like a batified. Are
Ah,
you a bat?
no, one man. I'm a Nigerian. I want the best for Nigeria. Before the election, I didn't vote for anybody. I didn't leave my house. I prayed the best candidate win. Even though for me before the election, I felt the three of them were all thieves. And I have I have a saying then that I used to qualify the three of them. I call Atiku arm robber, kidnapper. Then I call Tinubu Yahoo boy that uses sense to do everything, and yeah, I call Obi the pickpocket that is still learning, and these people will always attack me then, and I will say, when you put him in the central bank, you now see what a pickpocket can become. So for me, I didn't vote for anybody, but my why I am taking this direction or this stand now is because I've just seen what this man has been able to do in the past few days that he has been there. Yes, it's not easy, it's hard on us, but we all know this is the direction we should go. And I feel if he's true to it, and if he continues the way he has continued, he just signed off tax again that was imposed on some people, and we were paying for it. Obviously, when the tax was imposed, the telecom guys also raised our charges. So I feel if he continues the way he is going, is a good one. And I will say for a long time, this is the first time again I'm really excited about president in Nigeria trying to follow up, and it's like it's a day a day with a new news. So everybody is waiting for what will happen the next day. And most times during the weekend when it is silent, I have my colleagues that will always say, nothing is even bothering us, nothing to discuss about. So I feel that is why it sounds like I'm batty, but I'm not a batify or whatever. I'm just a Nigerian that wants the best for the country.
All right, brilliant. So this news coming out of the Seychelles, is it anything that is making any news in Nigeria? Because an alarm was raised about this a couple of days ago, but it seems to be recurring. Then let me actually show you where the news started from. The news started from here. So this was this person who got in touch with the Nigerian television space. He says, I am Matthias Adidi, the president of the Nigerian community in the Seychelles. Please help us inform Nigerians. Someone in Nigeria is sending Nigerians to bring drugs to the Seychelles, and it is not safe. They are being arrested every day. Last Friday, 7 Nigerians were arrested. So that was that person then putting that notice out to the media space. And then very swiftly after that, it looks as though now a shadow ban has been applied to anybody carrying the Nigerian passport. Seychelles places ban on Nigerian passport holders. So is this making the news back home?
No, nobody is really paying attention to this. Maybe some people might be, but for people in my own circle, it really doesn't make any sense to us, because naturally we know where these things are coming from. I hate to sound somehow, but I feel some Nigerians have decided to give us bad names as a country, and I've also discovered that there is this propaganda also against Nigeria as a country. So I believe from my own point of view that there are a lot of countries working against Nigeria. Even if somebody from Niger Republic is caught doing doing something bad, the first thing they would claim is to be a Nigerian. So I feel that is really the situation Nigeria find themselves, and also our people, some of our people too, that really want to get money at all costs, and they call it hustling and not helping matters. But if we are going to go down to this drug matter, and we have to go down the rabbit hole, we notice that it might not really be, when we want to trash this, it's not really the Nigerians, because drugs itself are not really manufactured in Nigeria, all these are drugs, except for probably marijuana that is grown. But cocaine and the rest, they are being imported as well. So if you want to stop the drug trade, you need to stop the factories and the people making. So
all right, it's really more the ban that was after, but there seems to be a shadow ban on Nigeria, or on the Nigerian passport in the Seychelles, and it's all wrapped around the drug narrative. But that story is hopefully certainly will evolve over the next few days. But let me take you to this one. Is this one making the headlines?
Yes. Yes.
All right.
A lot of people are asking questions about this, and they are really happy that the court has ruled on this, and they are waiting to see the direction the presidency would go on this matter. In fact, it's not only this. A lot of people have even called for the probe into the privatization of electricity that was done by the then president Obasanjo. So this is really a trending news in Nigeria. Actually, people want these guys to explain how this leak was utilized, spent, and to give us proofs that they actually used it for what they said they would use it for. So people are waiting to see the direction that the new government would take on this matter, and they're also calling for the probe into the electricity privatization that was done by the past administration. So it's really a trending news now in Nigeria. Yes, it is.
What was the electricity privatization done by the past administration or by the Obasanjo administration? It was the Obasanjo administration that privatized electricity, wasn't it?
Yes, yes. And then what I meant was people were calling for probe into that sector to check what the then president, Mr. Obasanjo, did during the privatization of the power sector in Nigeria. So it's really trending, actually. It's trending.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to a next headline. Let me take you to this headline. Is this headline making the news in Nigeria, and what's the response?
Yes, woman, this headline is to some people it's a joke. It's a joke because I've had people say, does the EMIR have the authority to even cancel a traditional cultural ceremony? That does he have the right? And a lot of people are challenging his constitutional authority to be able to sanction this kind of a ban on the cultural ceremony. So it's really a matter of, some people are seeing it like hypocrisy, because they believe that some of these sheikhs and Muslim clerics to find they also do some level of cultural backups to their stuff. So some people are seeing it as hypocrisy, and it's really trending. But I know that in the next few days, this thing might really go haywire, and I just pray that it will not lead to chaos in Ilorin, because the other traditional practitioners from every other states in the Western region are already condemning this, and they are speaking out and backing up their colleagues in Ilorin. So I feel the emir might have a big problem on his hands should they try to take matters into their hands and go ahead with whatever they want to do. So it's really a trending news, actually. This is also trending in Nigeria.
And the reaction is to recoil against it, that he's overreaching his. Are they wrapping it around an Islamization narrative? Is that the fear?
Yes, they are wrapping it against Islam, around Islamization of the states, and they are also wrapping it around the Fulanization of the states, and they are calling for, and some of them are even calling them bastards, because they believe that some of them they are from Yoruba lineage, and they are still, or mixed, and they are still taking this position. So it has different angles to it. It has different angles to it. There are those that feel it is Islamization. There are those that feel it is Fulani. There are those that feel that the emir wants to exert his authority beyond his bounds. And that's why I said in the next few days, if the government of that state doesn't really take the right action, it might lead to civil unrest in that particular state.
All right, brilliant. There was one more headline, but let me welcome Professor Data O. Prof, it's been a while. Prof, are you there? Data O. It's been that long you don't even know how it works anymore. Professor Data O, on mute. All right. All right. Let me come to you then, Thomas. So Thomas, what have you been looking at in the news? Like I said, the news cycle somewhat spartan today. Can anyone hear me?
Yes, I can. Yes, I can.
All right. All right. Let me take you to this clip. Then I'm going to try Professor Data O one more time, and if it's not responding, then I might have to remove him. There he is. So let me take you to this clip, which is really what I wanted to discuss today. So Jide, what this?
Appears to continue thriving in Nigeria. Illegal mining appears to continue. In points of the day with me, Sulaiman Lede. Now, illegal mining appears to continue thriving in Nigeria. To checkmate the influx of illegal miners and other economic criminals, the Nasarawa state government issued Executive Order 2 to ensure strict compliance by interested and authorized miners. Still, widespread illicit mining activities in the country have been blamed on the federal government's inability to regulate the industry adequately. Security consultant and former lawmaker Aliu Gabi joins me now to discuss efforts in curbing illegal mining. Not quickly, this is one issue that a lot of people would put on the plate of the security. This is national security, and we're talking about the golden egg, something that should come to every Nigerian, but some few individuals are fretting all of these illegally away. Is it that the national security is overwhelmed or looking some other place while these people feast on the common goal of the people?
Not entirely accurate. It's ironic how the most valuable assets in Nigeria, all our extractives, whatever valuables on their own land, is enjoyed by people outside of Nigeria, not people inside of Nigeria. If you look at the tonnage of gold that gets illegally.
How do you come again? Outside Nigeria?
Oh, yes. The land belongs to Nigeria, right? Therefore, what is on top of the land and what is under the land belongs to Nigeria, correct? So it should make sense that those who would enjoy the proceeds that are under the land that belong to Nigeria should be Nigerians, correct? But most of it goes out of Nigeria. So everyone else enjoys what should belong to Nigerians, except Nigerians. This is the situation we find ourselves in. If you look at the tonnage of gold that gets taken illegally out of Nigeria, it will make the revenue that we generate from oil pale in comparison. But who benefits from it? Certainly not the farmer in Kauran Namuda, not the market woman in Anka. It's somebody either in Dubai, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Lebanon, etc., etc. And the problem is not the federal government. The problem is the state. The states are almost semi-autonomous in terms of their own policy, in terms of their own laws, and so on and so forth. The problem is not at the center. Absolutely, the security architecture, the security practitioners, the security agencies are not overwhelmed, but they're encumbered. They're encumbered because the space within which they can operate is limited. Based on the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999, as amended. The problem is with the governance and the governance of the states. If there are weak laws, the weak laws are made, done, enacted, ratified by the state assemblies, not the National Assembly. If the National Assembly were to now superimpose itself on the state legislatures, then you would have the governors taking the National Assembly and the federal government to court. This is the problem that we have. So unless and until the people decide that this is our commonwealth and it belongs to all of us and we will not allow someone else to come drive us off of our land, so that they can take what is on our land and hold their own governors, their own state legislators accountable. This will continue, unfortunately.
But there hasn't been any kind of effort seen or known or heard by perhaps, apart from when the last administration declared a no-fly zone in a particular state. That was the height of what people saw with the federal government. So it would seem as if the federal government is truly and honestly, with these agencies, looking the other way.
The fact of the matter is we forget that the illegal mining of solid minerals also feeds directly into the raging insurgencies and other criminal franchises that we have in the country. So you bring in a bunch of bandits from wherever they come from. They drive people away from their farmland, from their ancestral land, and so on and so forth. And you, the illegal miner, sets up your own mining concern, and you have them as your bodyguards. Nobody can come into the forest, into the bush, and so on and so forth to mine or to even farm. That is not the federal government's fault.
So you say there's a nexus between what we're dealing with the miners.
All right. So Vin, this is your territory. The banditry that is taking the gold from the Nigerian state. Vin, what says you? Is this a space you know, Vin? Vin, on mute. Officer Vin.
Good man.
Good evening from here in Ghana.
Good evening from the beautiful city of Bolgatanga in the upper eastern part of Ghana.
All right.
Thank you so much for having me. It's been a while, and I was running a particular course that took me, so many, months, and that is why I've not been able to appear on your platform. And I just, I had a little chance today, and I said I would like to come in. Good evening to the panelists, and thank you for what you are doing. Sometimes you put me on the spot. You see, this illegal mining, when you come to Nigeria, in Ghana here, we are battling the same problem. You see a lot of foreign nationals coming into a sovereign state in connivance with the elements in government, connivance with the chiefs, connivance with, some of the people that have interest in this, destroying our land and, destroying everything that you can call your own, that you cherish in your own sovereign state. One man, if we would like to go back to, in the past.
Sorry, Vin, if we take it actually to ZAMFARA state, the speculation, because we'll watch it, it's about 20 minutes, but it's quite illuminating. The speculation is that there's actually as much gold in ZAMFARA as there is in Ghana where you are. But all of it being mined illegally and being used to cause insurgency. The relationship between the insurgency that sweeps the northeast and this gold mining, this guy tells us about the interlink.
You see, you cannot take away terrorism with the natural resources that you have in your country. There are interest groups that are benefiting from this. And how would they benefit from it successfully is by causing commotion in that particular place. There was a video that was shown where they have in ZAMFARA state an improvised airstrip where jets, private jets comes in, land, take away whatever that is sent there as alleged. We saw the video. It is not a proper and organized tarmac or airport. But these people managed to land these jets in that bush, in that forest, pick up whatever that they want to pick over there, and leave. that warranted the Buhari, the man that destroyed Nigeria so badly, created enmity between every tribe in that country.
You know, there was a time that Buhari declared a no-fly zone
Yes.
over that Zamfara space.
Yes, my brother. That is where I'm going to. You see, it was as a result of that illegal airstrip that was found in Zamfara State that made him to declare no-fly zone within that area. You see, these people, they know your land more than you know it. One man. They know your land more than you know your land. Your ancestral land, where your ancestors were born before it came to us. So most of the natural resources, they know. I think you heard of the other one. I don't know what they call it. I cannot remember the name. Is it in Bronu or Zambisa Forest? Is it a chloro? Is it chloro something? I don't know. If you can remind me. You can just tell me of it.
Californium.
Californium. Californium.
Sorry, hold on, Vin. Do you know about this space, Jide? I didn't know you had attention on this space. What did you just call it? Californium.
Yes, it's Californium. I think
Californium.
it's
what?
Hold on, Vin. What is it, Jide? What?
I think it's the third or the second most expensive mineral source.
One man, can I quickly have a quick interjection, please?
No, hold on. Let Jide give us the explanation, and then so that we have yes, Jide, go on.
Yes, I think it's either the second or the third most expensive mineral resource in the world. I think so.
So sorry, do you know how we spell? How do you spell it?
Californium. Just like you write it, California, change it to Californium.
Can I just speak quickly?
All right, go on.
Okay, now two things. Number one, the gentleman that was speaking from Ghana, the airstrip that is referring to is not, has been debunked severally. I don't know why it's convenient for us to keep spreading lies. It was never in Nigeria. It was somewhere, not even in Africa. I know the airstrip he was talking about that surfaced on the social media some time ago. It's one of these Asian, I want to remember that country now. That's number one. Number two, Californium is not a naturally occurring mineral. It's been spread about. It's a simple thing that we can Google and find out the truth. People talking about Californium, there is nothing like a naturally occurring metal or natural resources that is called Californium. It's just simple. It's manufactured under a very high tense, what do you call it? Nuclear, process. It is not a natural. So people saying that there's something like Californium in the not liquid stone, liquid this. It's just blatant. It's a creation of imagination.
Yeah,
Say again.
Can I interject?
No. Hold on, Bishop.
Yes.
I have to let you know that Vin, the gentleman that was speaking,
yes,
is a long-serving Nigerian military man that served the country in many theaters of war. So he knows what he's talking about.
No. I'm not disputing his credibility, is whatever. I'm saying that airstrip somewhere in Zamfara is a lie. It's a blatant lie. And that there is nothing like a naturally occurring Californium. I don't care if he has served 1,000 years in the military. I am saying let's speak to facts. So spreading that thing out there is blatant.
Remember, I said alleged.
Okay. So if you use the word alleged, okay, if you said alleged, but I am saying to you, it was investigated and the report was out. It was even somewhere. What is this? One of these Asian country? Is it Asia or Latin American country?
Point
and
noted.
The Californium too.
Mm-hmm. Point noted, my brother. You see, the reason why I am saying what I'm saying is this: if you look at the illegal mining, like one man put it, illegal mining, it works at par with terrorism. I was in Libya. You see, when you look at what is happening in Libya today, you will, equate it with the illegal mining this man on the screen is talking about. There is no anywhere. They know you more than you know yourself. They know where all these resources are deposited in the ground, on the ground. They know. So they will cause most of these problems in order to have access to it. And once they begin to do this,
I beg your pardon, just one moment. It's just really we have to document facts, because there was something that Bishop said just then that I had to go and check, that californium is not a naturally occurring. Was that what you said, Bishop?
Yes, please.
All right. I think you may be right. So I went to check it. It says, why is californium so rare? It says limited availability. Californium is not a naturally occurring element and can only be produced in a high flux isotope reactor. So you are right. But carry on.
Okay, one man see. If you look at, I think Maiduguri, I think they have deposits of uranium in Maiduguri. Most of those areas at Nguru, when we were there, Nguru, Yobe State, Maiduguri, they have large deposits of uranium there. Now, if they are not mining it illegally, how can they produce californium in those areas?
One man, can I quickly say something?
Yeah, come in.
Oh, all right. I want us to look at this thing. This matter is a general problem for Africa. So when we start speaking as if it is only Nigeria, we should understand that this is the same thing that is playing out in the Congo DR. It's the same thing that is playing out in almost all African countries.
Even in my own country here, Ghana, my
brother.
When
we were talking about California, the material needed to make californium in whatever reactor it is being made around the world is found in those areas where we have Boko Haram. Now, another problem we have in Nigeria now is the availability of lithium, the quantity of lithium Nigeria has. And we know that sometimes ago, Elon Musk came to Nigeria, met the Nigerian contingent, I think in Dubai or where, and was asking to come and exploit these things. These are the problems. These people can sit down in their country using the satellites, scan all your areas, know where there are deposits of this and deposits of that, and they come into the country under the guise of NGOs, under the guise of whatever. They create wars somewhere. They come in as Red Cross. They come in as NGOs, and they say they are helping you to solve the problem, while they are stealing your mineral resources, and they will continue to fund the militants, the bandits, the whatever their name might be, just to keep your country destabilized, for them to continue to wreak this havoc. So I don't know where I don't know if what I'm saying doesn't make sense.
If I may interject, my brother, you see, when you go to you remember a time they declared, blood diamond. I was in Liberia and I was also in Somalia. You see, there are so many things these people have in their stock that we don't know about because of technology. We are lagging behind in most of these things. That is why they use it to their own advantage. When you go to Liberia and Sierra Leone, there is what they call blood diamond. It was banned. It was as a result of these foreign countries coming to Africa, create war, create disturbances, create rebellion and benefit from it. They would take out all these natural resources and arm the people to fight as long as their illegal activities are going on. And that is why, that is the reason, that is why I blame most of our political leaders in Africa. They are not living up to expectation. If they live up to, I listened to President Ruto when he was addressing Emmanuel Macron. That man is a man with heart. He said it as it is. You cannot create, continue to create this abnormality, this malfeasance in our continent, and turn around to give out AIDS one man. Who are those people contributing? Where are the resources coming from? Most of our people, I am in Africa. My brother that just spoke last is in Nigeria. He's in Africa. Most of you are in the Western countries. Why must these people bent on, putting Africa on the ground and keep on exploiting our resources to the detriment of the people of Africa? That is where I have problems.
Yeah, but is that not the reality of life, though? The strong eats the weak. It's just basics.
It takes political. The reason, you see, that is why I gave you. I want to speak about Libya today. Muammar Gaddafi. I do not know how many of us visited Libya before it was thrown into what it is today. Libya is a desert area. I was there for my jungle warfare course for 1 year. That time when you enter Libya, a desert place, apart from Zimbabwe, I think they were the second food basket of Africa. But it's a desert. Gas is wired into your household. Water is pumped through the pipes into your household. There are several unoccupied estates, housing facilities built by that government. People, you take loan from a bank, is interest free. You work, you finish your school, you don't have any work, they will be paying you. The government of Libya will be paying you. Because of what he was campaigning on, this Western world that most of you are living in came after him.
Are we guilty by association? You keep saying most of you are living in.
It's a woman, of course. You are guilty.
We are all here as migrant, economic refugees.
Yes, my brother. If the country you are staying in is not good, you don't have, you have electricity, you have, everything. In fact, even when there is exogenous problems in that, they pay you certain amount of money. Africans, are they benefiting from such things? Africa is, let me say, 70 or 80% or 85% of the world natural resource is in Africa. Why are we not benefiting from it, one man? This is the question we're supposed to ask ourselves. Why are we not benefiting from it?
All right, hold on. Let Jide come in. Jide come in.
I want to make a point. See, the Western world have been doing this thing over and over and over again. And the reason why they meddle in politics. See, one of the reasons why I at the end of the day, when Tinubu was campaigning, why I just felt like, okay, if he wins, I would support him, was because even the West, some of the West were against this man becoming president. And for me, anything the West is against is good for you. That's the truth. Now, let's take, for example, France does not have a single mine within its borders. But France has the 4th largest gold reserve in the world. They have 2,437 metric tons of gold. And all these golds are gotten from when they caused war in Mali, caused war everywhere around the world, and they keep looting from those people. Now, Uganda discovered gold, large deposit of gold. It was announced. The next thing the US started with is, oh, you must accept gay what? And at the end of the day, they will come and say the government has done this. They want to push him out. The same thing they did for Gaddafi. Gaddafi said, come, Africa, let us borrow from ourselves. When Africa goes to borrow money from IMF, they give you double-digit interest. And these countries, even the United States, that is the greatest debtor of the whole world, go to IMF and borrow in single-digit interest. And it means that Africa is the one paying the loans that these people are borrowing. It's Africa that is paying back. So this man said, okay, you let us come together, form our own bank and this. The next thing was, okay, he's sponsoring this. He has nuclear that. He has that. They killed this man, and none of all the allegation they filed against him was true. They looted everything. And this is what they've been doing from time immemorial. They did it to Mansa Musa. They did it to the Great Benin Kingdom. They continue to come into your country, they loot you, turn your people against yourself, and at the same time, they come and counsel you. And this is where you see, I have a white boss. He's from McRegnac, he's from UK, and I also have one from Syria. And there was a day we were engaging in this matter, and I told them blatantly. And even the Syrian guy said, this is the first time I will see an African that knows his history. The truth of the matter is this. The white man made computer. Fine. The white man went back to the lab and made virus for that computer. The white man went back, because now virus is affecting your computer, now went back and made antivirus for that computer. Now, after making the antivirus, it is the same white man that now says, okay, you have to renew your antivirus every year. These people only have the mindset of extortion. I asked myself a question. Why is Africa paying for all these things? Okay, why is it that they have not gotten a cure for HIV? But because why? They will not get anything for HIV, because HIV is business. Do you know how many? We've had this sort of conversations in the past, JD, and it's almost like from a begging position. Okay, so the white man owes you no obligation, and the nature of the world is that the strong exploits the weak. So if you don't want to be exploited, then you shouldn't be in a weak position. If you're in a weak position, then really, are you asking them to feel sorry for you? No. One man. This is what I'm trying to say. Nigeria alone, I think in the year 2020, used 100 million condoms. If you multiply that by the amount they sell, 100 million condoms with the highest birth rate in Africa. 400 million. You can Google it. 400 million. Now, if you multiply it by the one they sell for 500 naira, the one they sell for 3,000 naira, the one they sell for 6,000 naira by grades, you know how much they have got. Now, the point is this. What I'm trying to say, I'm not saying we should beg them or we are begging from a body. Let them stay off the business of Africa. There was a program I was listening to. Hold on. I'm sorry. Let me insert this. Do you know that 30% of the world's natural resources is in Africa? Yes. So they are not staying away from you. Carry on. Okay. 30% of the world's natural resources is in Africa. Right. Africa has the right.
It is more than that. It is more than that, bro.
More than that, I know. But Africa now has the right to sell its natural resource. And
do you have the might? It's not the right, or do you have the might
It is not the might. One man, this is what is happening. If any leader comes up today and says, okay, he wants to take it like this, and he wants to do the right thing, he wants to take their hands off the extortion and all these things, the next
They will
thing
take him out.
the next thing is a coup. They took out a lot of African leaders. So when you say CIA, FBI, all these things, what do you think they are there for?
Jide, sorry to interject. The same people, CIA, MI6, took out Kwame Nkrumah. Go and read it. When that man was doing what he was doing for the benefit of Africa in general, they took him out.
Yes. Okay. Let me also chip in this. Do you know that one of those things that led to the Nigerian civil war, one of those things that led to Nigerian civil war, was the discovery of oil in Nigeria? The British had already promised to give us independence 1957, that they will give us by 1960. Thereafter, oil was discovered in Nigeria. So these people didn't want to go. And they now said anything that they exploit in Nigeria is for the cause of the crown. I read that document and I was in tears. How can you say what they exploit in a country that is not your country?
Sorry, Jide, let me interject. You see, the price of a loaf of bread in the United Kingdom is about 80 pence, thereabout, 80 pence to a pound. You know, so that's the price of a loaf of bread. So for a loaf of bread to be that cheap, then exploitation has to take place somehow. And that exploitation will always take place in Africa. If they pay you the business rate for your resources, do you know what the cost of living will be in the West? Do you know that they have to continue to exploit you in order to keep up their standard of living? And for that exploitation to stop, they are not going to stop it. You have to do something about it. So that's how it works.
Well, yeah, one man, you see, it takes leaders in Africa to stand their ground and take a decision. I want you, one man, to go and check the francophone countries in Africa, how much they pay every year to France, to the French bank, Banque de Francais. Just go Google it and see how much. You can do it on your system and bring it out for us to see here. That is the reason why Mali has sent them packing. Mali has sent them packing, and they are forming an alliance with Russia as we speak. The war that is going on in Sudan right now, if you dip inside it, it is a battle of the Titans, and the Sudanese are the sufferers of whatever the Western interest is in that country. This is reality.
You know what frustrates me, because I want to bring Bishop and Dewale in properly, but you know what frustrates me with the African narrative? There's always a sense of feel sorry for us sort of a thing, because you're in a vulnerable position and these people are exploiting you, and the most you can do is to ask them to stop. So until we get to a position where we are able to make them stop, then they will continue to exploit you. So this is what North Korea did. They tooled up with who will go and exploit North Korea with Kim Jong-un there. So
yes,
it's just all this beggy thing that we do in Africa.
Yes, one man, sorry to interject you. You see, Kamala Harris visited Ghana, my own country here. Do you know what that woman said? That we should endeavor to accept and respect LGBTQI+ in Ghana. But she came here with her husband. She came to Ghana with her husband. She came to Ghana with her husband. Do you know the reason why she was bold to say that to our people, to the world in Ghana? because we are highly indebted. The people that are contributing this money that we are getting as free aids and whatever, apart from what would they get from us, are those people. I don't want to mention their names. Are those people. That is the reason why. The day Africa wakes up, the day Africa wakes up, that will be the end of it all. There was a video, one man, I will search for it and I will send it to you so that you will play it in this platform. One of them, the Western guys, said that they love what is happening in Africa. If they prevent most of the events that are happening, horrible events that are happening in Africa, Europe will suffer. And if they allow Africa to grow to the standard of the Western countries, they will die of hunger. So they like what is happening in Africa. As long as it is like that, then they will be benefiting. That is what is coming from a human being, someone that calls himself a human being from the Western world. My problem is this, one man. If our people in Africa will take a stand, who betrayed? There are, what we call in the military conspiracy theory. If you go back and look at what happened to Mama Gaddafi, you will know there was a sort of conspiracy theory, not just from the Western world, but from the African leaders themselves. That is actually what is going on. It's a fact. They don't want you to progress. The day you progress, the day you begin to manufacture arms to meet their own standard, the Western world will go down.
All right. Hold on, Jide. Let me bring Bishop into the conversation. So Bishop, to the conversation. In the opening phase, I ran through the little headlines that we had, and then I invited that people tell us what they were looking at in the news. So Bishop, what are you looking at in the news?
Okay, let me say good evening, compatriots, fellow compatriots in Nigeria, so why you may be listening. Thank you. Hope you're having a wonderful weekend, wonderful evening. Please click on the like button as you come in. Share, and if you have not subscribed, please kindly do so. You have interesting topic. I actually thought I would be able to listen on the other side. I just wanted to keep that correction. You have very interesting and the direction it's going. It's very interesting. Africa actually, we need a renaissance. We need a complete overhaul. We need to rediscover what we represent and what we stand to. Excuse me, I just want to shut the door. Yeah, I'm making noise. So we need to, there's a lot of work that we need to do. I was reading an article earlier today about Africa, how Africa should be, I don't know the right word now, for administrative purposes. There's quite a lot of things we need to do. I think the conflict and the crisis in Africa is more than, some are self-inflicted, but majority of it are a creation of the Western world to keep Africa subjugated, and continue to recolonize us, because we're completely dependent on them in so many areas. And the only way they can lose that continuous exploitation is when Africa is totally free. So, and nobody's going to give us that freedom. Nobody's going to give us Africa that freedom. When we have leadership in Africa, I'm not saying presidents of some countries and countries, when we have leadership that can stand up and walk the talk, it's not going to come on a platter of gold. It's going to be very difficult, but it is either we decide that we are going to swim or we are going to sink. We have to stand up to the Western world. And majority of the things they are doing in the Western world is not in the best interest of Africa as a whole. There are many African countries that cannot stand on their own. They need other African countries. Now, because of these weak African countries, I mean, it is through these weak African countries that majority of this Western world, and sometimes they just use some individual to front, in the name of bringing aid and the rest. And they're able to get with active collaboration of some corrupt Africans. So it's going to be a long battle. I'm not listening to President Tinubu's speech at Guinea-Bissau, but I had a snippet of it when in his acceptance speech that, look, it is time for Africa to, and the sub-region itself, the whole of West Africa needs to come together. The whole of, that article I was talking about, I will try and send it to you, but I'm not finished reading it.
Did it come across as presidential? I didn't really think it was that much of a news. That's why I didn't pay attention to it.
No. I've not listened to the whole of but the few 2 or 3 minutes acceptance speech that he made, he addressed critical issues. ECOWAS, African Union, United Nations, European Union, and the United States of America, that it is time for Africa to walk the talk. And he says his final word is, look, Nigeria is back. I mean, that's the only thing I've had. I've not had a whole lot of it, but that alone rekindle some kind of hope. If you listen, something will jump inside of you. Now, okay, maybe this is the real deal. I mean, I might be partisan in the way I'm presenting it, but it would be good for you to listen. So he was very emphatic. He said it was just a 3 minutes acceptance speech that he was honored. But his final word that Nigeria is back was very emphatic. And he said, look, there is no more time, there is no room for coup in Africa, West Africa sub-region again. And he said it like he mean it. That you cannot, because most of these coups are being sponsored by vested interest that are scattered across the world. So it would be good for us to listen to it and see what plans he had. So basically on that page, I think we're on the right track. Now,
hold on. Let's have a listen to him. Let's just see if
okay.
I want to see if he does balabalu bulaba.
We not allow coup after coup.
Actually, carry on. That's not strong enough. Let me look for a stronger one. Then, sorry, carry on.
It's just about 3 minutes.
I wasn't interested, but now I am. Carry on. Yeah.
So as I was saying, when the gentleman was talking, the man.
But Bishop, how are you, my brother? Good evening. Yeah, good. How can we ascribe the coup in the sub-African region to the Western world? Is there any correlation? I don't get it.
Yeah, in Igbo land, is it in Igbo land? Yeah, they used to say, "Count your teeth with your tongue." Okay, look at what happened in the what do you call it now? Around Mali, when they wanted to stand up to France. Everything's been going smoothly, but in the moment they wanted to stand up to France, there was crisis. Do you think that crisis was coincidental? Do you think it was just like by accident? Look at the same thing that happened in Burkina Faso when they said that, look, French, we've had enough of you, leave. Shortly after that, crisis erupted, and they're still battling with it. I don't know.
Apologies, Bishop. Let's hear him. I'm keen to hear him now because he's stood accused of not making a speech at the Paris summit. So I want to see if Ebola balloons this time around.
Go ahead, please.
We will not allow coup after coup. West Africa sub-region. We will take this up seriously with African Union. And it's so the European Union and Britain and America take it up. It's a challenge. Yes, democracy is very tough to manage, but it's the best form of government. And we also ascribe to it. We must bite back. We can't sit like toothless bulldog and ECOWAS. For the confidence reposed in me, I pledge to you, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, that I will do my best. I'm just new. This is my first. I'm giving a surprise package. We work collectively to pursue inclusive economic integration of West Africa sub-region. We should serve a warning to exploiters that our people have suffered enough. We should make a pledge here that in furtherance of our region's economic recovery and growth, we will commit to democracy and promote democracy and rule of law. I am with you. In Nigeria, we are back. Thank you, and thank you very much.
Oh, all right. So the thing that strikes me is he's sitting down. So why is he even sitting down? Why is he not stood at a rostrum?
One man, come on now. Everybody there is sitting down. One man.
I watched the program live. All of them sat down.
Everybody sat down. Yeah, I watched it as well.
The past year, the president of Guinea-Bissau, throughout his speech, which was a very lengthy one, sat down throughout the speech.
Yeah, one man. You are devil's advocates. One man.
My brother, can I come in here? One man.
Vin, one man. Sorry, I didn't know Tinubu emerged as the ECOWAS president. I've just seen it for the first time now. Why is the news not making rounds?
No, I don't think he has been. A new ECOWAS president has been, announced.
They wrote it on the screen there, my brother. Tinubu emerged.
He's the new chairman of ECOWAS.
He has been selected to be the new chairman.
Okay. You see, there's something I would like to chip in here. You see, you cannot build on nothing. When your citizens don't have electricity,
oh, no.
Generally, the Africans.
Are you going to do
Are we back there?
No. I'm going somewhere. I'm going somewhere. I'm going somewhere. I'm going somewhere, one man, please. Let me say Africa. What is the percentage of electricity coverage in Africa as a whole? What is the poverty level of Africa as a whole? If you say you will not, Africa will no longer accept coup after coup. What are the, let me say, the measures put on the ground to make sure that Africans, the khaki boys, like me when I was there, are discouraged from coming into power? If you have corruption endemic in a democratic setting, you are calling for a coup. When people stole money that belongs to the people that's supposed to build roads, one man in Kwara State, in Oyo, when politicians, you see them, it is all over the places, not just in Nigeria. Stealing money, taking them abroad. That money that's supposed to put your hospitals in place so that the politicians will not go abroad for medical tourism. When you cannot provide them with palliatives, when exogenic problems happen in a continent, If you cannot give them security, what makes you feel that the khaki boys will not come in?
No, hold on. That's not an argument for a coup. Hold on. That's not
What?
hold on. Is that you, Jide? Just give me 1 microsecond. That's not an argument for a coup, Vin. Because the khaki boys also they are not able to provide any of these things. And the corruption is equally. One of our headlines is the Abacha loot to account for it. So it's not as though the khaki boys they provide anything else. So we're in a quagmire, and in the split of it, democracy still dwarfs military rule because democracy, whether it's happening in the fullness of it or not, is meant to be the will of the people. So the will of the people is always better than an imposition of a military junta. But Jide, you wanted to come in?
Yes, I wanted to. You stated some of the things I wanted to state to the last speaker, Vin. I wanted to say that firstly, there is no difference between the khaki people and the politicians. Now, the khaki people end up after retiring becoming politicians again. We've seen that. Well, we've seen that there's no difference in the way they roll. Now, but when we look at the position from which Tinubu is talking from in the ECOWAS meeting there, I feel we really don't understand the power and the might of Nigeria. And that is why we say these things about ourselves. When I looked at ECOWAS, who is the major shareholder in ECOWAS, who is keeping ECOWAS alive, is Nigeria. Go to the African Development Bank. If we can Google it, let's look at the first 10 shareholders in the African Development Bank. You will be surprised that these Western nations are there. You have Japan, you have the United States being second. Nigeria is first and the largest shareholder there. So it's like saying that should Nigeria not be there, America owns the African Development Bank. So if Nigeria speaks with authority when it comes to ECOWAS and Africa, because Nigeria has invested a lot of its resources into these organizations, AU and the likes. So I don't think we should look at it from the point of view Mr. Viewing is looking at it. We should look at it from member states speaking to one another now, not as every one of them seated at the table there. Most of them are corrupt. And the major problem of corruption is, even if we want to look at it down, we still trace it back to the West. Because I used to say something. Now, the problem of Africa started from the fact that even the name Africa is not generic to us. It was a name after a Roman general, Africanus, that was given to us and imposed on us. Most of our countries have been renamed by these people, giving us different names, dividing boundaries and cutting up different plots of lands and giving them different names. They came here, put us in slavery, then they changed it to colonization. What is colonization? They destroy when you say colonization is you destroy somebody's tradition and culture in the name of saying, okay, this is a superior tradition and culture. Our judges dress like their judges. Our police behave like their police. Everything, even our system of government in Africa is structured after their system of government. So when we want to look at our problem, I feel we should look at it holistically. And when Africa wants to stand up, they should stand up together as a country. So we should stop this. There's no light in Nigeria. There's no light. Most of the African nations seated there, they don't have light. And the problem is, should Nigeria have light today? Ishaya Bamayi was interviewed and he said a professor told him in 1970 something, that if Nigeria has 20-year peace, Nigeria will become another Japan. So the Western world.
Sorry, Jide. Yes, I've heard that phrase before. They said that Nigeria is three cycles of good governance from being a first world country. 3 cycles of good governance. So if we have 2 cycles of good governance under Tinubu, if any of the things that people are hoping he's able to do, if he even achieves 25-30% of that, and then he's succeeded by somebody that is also nationalistic and is not just like some Buhari type person, if we have 3 cycles, so that's 2 8 years, 2 4 years plus 1 4 years, which is 12 years, that Nigeria will transform immediately, instantaneously to a totally different country. Jide, so I think that aligns with what you're saying.
Yes. And that's the reason why I want us to put.
Hold on, Vin. Let Jide land. Yeah, carry on, Jide.
I want us to put religious sentiment apart, traditional sentiment apart, tribal sentiment apart. Let us come together as a country. If this man is moving in the right direction, let everybody give him the support. If he leaves there, let the next person continue so that we can actually actualize that dream of being there. Not forgetting that there are external forces that would continue to work night and day to see that Nigeria does not survive. Should Nigeria survive, there was this man, Professor Lumumba, saying that should Nigeria survive, the whole of West Africa, the whole of Black African nation survives. If Nigeria crashes, we know Togo, Benin Republic is going down. Cameroon.
Even Ghana cannot survive the Nigerian failure.
Is going down.
You see,
hold on, Vin. Let Jide land. Yeah, sorry, carry on, Jide.
This is a new regime that has charted. They have charted their course in the right direction, and most of us are seeing it. Let's wait. When they start making wrong decisions, let us come out again and shout them down and put them in line so that they know that we are watching. That is what we need as Nigeria. It's not about my brother did not come there, my sister didn't become it. That's why I said from the beginning I didn't have anybody. I didn't want to vote for any one of them, but I just felt like should the right person win.
Hold on, Jide. But it cannot be a fingers crossed. It says it cannot be a fingers crossed sort of hope for that Tinubu will perform. You know, we have to set him some key performance indicators. There has to be targets that has to be monitored by the nation. So we want to be seeing X, Y, Z happening within certain time periods, and not just a blind surrender that there is Tinubu developed Lagos. It cannot be a blind surrender.
One man. If we look at what is happening in our political environment presently, we would know that most of these politicians now know that there is problem. And it started from all these NSAS agitations and things like that. A lot of sitting incumbent governors losing their position to other new ones, senators losing their positions. Now, even the so-called president knows if he does not perform. He knows if he doesn't perform. We know how everybody went all out against Buhari, shouting him down, telling him he has done wrong. It was not an hidden thing. So the same thing will happen to him if he goes the wrong way. And that is why I love people that criticize objectively. Criticize objectively. Let us bring sense and point out of our criticisms. Let us be able to use that criticism to direct ourselves in the right direction, not criticism that will pull us back or destroy what we are building. That is my own point.
It's a woman. I pleaded for your, for opportunity to say it. You see, let's go back to history and the occurrence of coups that has happened in Africa, especially. For those of us that will say that it's not corruption, tell me, one man, and my fellow panelists that are here, tell me any military junta that has ever come into or take power from a legitimate government that has never complained of corruption. Tell me, is there anyone among them that has ever taken power from a democratic government that has never complained of corruption? No.
No, but sorry for barging in. But of course, there must always be one excuse or the other. Whether the excuse is lame, whether it's stupid, whether it's irrational, whether it does not make sense, they just have to give one excuse. And the easiest excuse is that, oh, they are corrupt. But when they come, they are more corrupt than the previous government they have removed from power. And the problem is that we know that democracy may be flawed, but the worst form of democracy is still better than people that come in through the barrel of the gun. So we cannot make excuse that because we have not gotten it. You don't begin to fly. I mean, I think Martin Luther King that said, look, in as much as we want to fly, but if it is too difficult, we will crawl if need be. The important thing is that we're making slow progress. If we're making progress in our democracy, it's not going to be perfect overnight, and that's why I have issues with people that every time we want to look at the areas we have failed, or that area we are not making, the expected impact. I mean, when we fall down, we will rise up, we will walk again, and gradually, I'm coming, 1 minute, and gradually we begin to perfect. I mean, even in the Western world, democracies were not just perfected. It was not served a la carte. It was not perfected overnight. And the one thing good about Nigeria is that I know, and I've had this conversation with people severally in the years plus, when this Fourth Republic started, and some of the steps that Obasanjo took, and the rules, how exposed we are in Nigeria. I said to people that were, that means some things that coup is over in Africa, and I'm repeating it here. Coup can never succeed. Military regime in Nigeria is over. It's over and over again. It cannot happen again.
Hold on. You're in no position to say that now.
Look, okay, I know what you still don't tell me I'm no position. I'm telling you, coup cannot. And if you want us to break it down, I will break it down for you. I will break it down. Coup cannot have military rule in Nigeria is now an aberration. It's a primitive pastime. It's something that is gone. So have we perfected the democratic rule?
No, just settle down, Bishop. You're in no position to say that. Even Buhari was concerned that it was going to have a military coup just as early as the administration that's just gone.
Did you listen to me? I said military coup can happen, it can destabilize some people, military rule will not happen. And I will tell you why. See, if you organize a military coup in Abuja and you take Abuja, that is going to be the disintegration of Nigeria, because the Southwest, you will not send a commander to come and be governor in Southwest. It's not going to happen. If it will lead to civil war, you're not going to send to the South or Southeast. We're not going back to that dark age. So I'm saying that there will be no military regime. If somebody planned a coup and they succeed in Kaduna, or succeed in Minna, or succeed in Abuja, okay, but you will not be able to hold Nigeria together as a country anymore. And anybody that knows is, that plan and is looking at, we look at this, the possibility of be able to galvanize people and be able to speak from Abuja, and everybody will fall in order across the country. It's not going to happen. I mean, seasoned people have analyzed. I'm coming. So that's it, but that's not the argument I'm saying. I'm saying
no. That's hold on. That's your subjective view, though.
So what makes your own not to be a subjective view?
Yeah, but you're saying it. Hold on, you're saying it as a categorical statement. But it's not a categorical statement.
Okay, so let's assume that all of us we are speculating, right? So speculate. Let me speculate. I have reasons to back up my speculations. So if you have reasons to back up your own speculation, bring them out. Lay them bare on the table.
This is what is a Bishop. This is what I'm saying. This is my own opinion, and I was in that system for many years. You see, when you create, if you don't want the khaki boys to come, don't create an enabling environment for them to come in. What are you putting in place on the ground to prevent them from coming in? What are you putting on the ground?
Sorry, Vin. I don't want us to go in that direction because that's a different direction. But what Bishop is saying, and I see a lot of people in the comment section are agreeing with him, is not actually factually true. Because if the military want to take over Nigeria, they will do it easily. All they have to do is they will take Aso Rock, they will take Lagos, and then they will take Kano and Kaduna, and that is the country. Where else will the resistance come? And then
you remember one man? Do you remember Okaku? Oka took Lagos. It took one mechanized infantry division that I was serving.
The only thing that I can agree with is that there is no appetite for it anymore in Nigeria.
Exactly.
But in terms of it being something that can be practically done, it can't be.
Exactly. One man. You see, one man. What I'm saying is this: there must not be an enabling environment or an excuse for these people to come in. If corruption persists.
Yeah, no, we know that. No, we know all of that argument, but it's the practicality of it. It can't happen. The window for military coup is still open in Nigeria, and it's only good governance that can stop it.
Woman. Okay.
Exactly, woman. That is what I'm saying as well. It's only good governance that will stop it. Apart from that, if corruption persists, and most of the things that happened in the past administration continue to go on, I bet you they will come in.
Let me just add this, and then you come in, Bishop.
Okay.
When, under Goodluck Jonathan, when Yar'Adua, when it became obvious that he was dead, when Yar'Adua, it became obvious that he was dead, there was a lot of pressure for the military to. I think the chief of army staff under Yar'Adua's administration, he came out and spoke not that long ago. There was a lot of pressure for the military to take over. Even the boys in the barracks were saying to him, Oga, have you set the time to move? But the international community told him to back off, and that was what stepped him down. So that was as early as a Goodluck Jonathan, which was 8 years ago. So
international community?
Yes.
Which international community?
The communities outside your shores are international.
Now you have to be specific. We have to know what you mean by international community.
No, I'm only going from memory. If you want me to go and dig it up, I can go and dig it up.
Was it the United Nations? Was it? I'm trying to know what you mean specifically.
It's more Western powers, I suspect.
America.
Like
you said,
one man, but there were international community. There was
hold on, Vin. Let Bishop go. Bishop, yeah.
Like I said earlier on, it's an opinion thing. And you just made mention that they take Abuja, they take. I just laughed when you were saying that. I just quickly muted myself.
I was laughing too.
Thank you. Look, there is first div in Kaduna. There is second div in Ibadan. Third in Jos. We have 82nd in Enugu. They have different specialization. We don't have a divisional headquarter in the south. The divisional headquarter that controls we have a specialized 82 in Lagos that controls the south is that one in Enugu. We have other brigades, and we have brigade, what do you call it again? Now, I am telling you, you cannot sit down in Abuja if it is a military coup. Before, it could happen. But for so many reasons, you cannot sit down in Abuja now as a military head of state and give directive to the somebody as the second div in Ibadan and take control and appoint governor to Osun and appoint governor to. The resistance, even within the military itself, will not make it work. And it might end up in a civil war that some countries will break off. And it is the military that are here that will be here. You are going to now say, will you now say because you are taking Abuja, you now send one out Bako? or one ring him, Brigadier ring him to come and be governor in Lagos State. It happened before. It won't happen now. I won't go into the details more than this because some of them are a little bit not, but it won't happen now. I know what I'm saying, but if your opinion is that it will happen, but that's not the focus of our conversation. Our conversation is that, look, our democracy is not perfect as it is. Can we improve? Absolutely. Are we making progress? Yes. Is the progress fast enough the way I, as an individual, want? No, maybe not. But if I have to look now and choose between, do we go back to the era of the military? Because this good governance we are even talking about, is it a guarantee? Is it cast in stone under the military? The answer is no. The answer, the effect is that, look, we subject human rights to secondary. It's at the what do you call it? At the whims of some khaki people. So good enough. Our military is a little bit more refined now than it was. That's number one, and it's very diversified now. And that is why it will be very difficult for somebody to say, I, Major General something from Abuja, and think that everybody in Enugu or Ibadan will fall in line. Okay? If you are thinking like that, begin to rethink again.
Let me even add to it.
Hold on. Before you add to it, before I Brigadier says that he's taking over, he would have already gotten the agreement of all of these formations that you are saying.
No, they don't. They don't. Do you know maximum number of people that plan the coup? The lesser the number, the better, because the more it goes out. I mean,
Bishop.
Let me quickly add something.
You see, Bishop, there's something I would like to
hold on, Vin. Let Mike go first and then come in after him. Yeah,
Mike, hold on. I want us to get something, one man. I think, one man, you have to reiterate the rules that we set. People are not following the rules. Please, please. Thank you.
Yes, no voices cascading over each other. And when somebody has the floor, let them land a thought before you come in. But Mike, come in.
Okay. One man, you disrupted my own thought before all these things come in. I didn't finish with the topics that you highlighted before all these things.
The floor was mine. I was one on the floor. You finished with your thoughts. It was me that was on the floor.
No. Bishop, I did not. One man interjected.
No. GJ came in. So sorry, I moved on to Bishop just because I wanted every voice to be recorded. But now Mike wants to share a thought. So let Mike share that thought and then we carry on.
Okay, so in the past, when we had the other military coup, military intervention, all those things, the reason why they kind of had their way back then. First of all, the country was relatively new, and virtually it's just the Southwest. There were really these people that are really like the advanced region in terms of they really understood what Nigeria was about, like a country called Nigeria, you understand? And much of the resistance towards the military was just limited to that Southwest because they were it's kind of like the region where every civilized Nigerians lived that time. And the pushing and everything was just in that region. And just that Southwest, I can say they were the one that really their pressure literally forced the military to move away from Lagos, to move the capital from Lagos to Abuja. And that push alone, that created so much push, which eventually forced the military to leave power. Imagine today, that Southwest of that time, today is just the whole Nigeria that's like that now. The whole Nigeria is what that Southwest of that time is the whole Nigeria today. Now you're telling me that one soldier from one ethnic group, we say now I'm the commander-in-chief of everybody. You understand? Is it one Yoruba man that will come and say, okay, I'm now the commander-in-chief of the whole Nigeria. I'm ruling over you, the southeast, southwest, south, northwest, northeast. Or is it one northern guy that will come and say, I am the commander-in-chief. I'm ruling over you, the south people, the southeast, the northwest. It's not happening again. Just having one president alone coming from one region, everybody's already, bullying him. Today, this information age where it's like everybody's seeing what's going on. Every inch of thing that happened, needle that drop in Nigeria, it's all over the social media. It's all the pressure will be too much. It's just not possible. Everything will just go upside down because that supreme commander or the commander in chief of the armed forces will come from one place. It can't come from everywhere, and it's just not possible. One northern guy will say, "Now I'm taking over the country," against the will of some people from the southwest, southeast, south, north, other part of the non middle belt. It's not possible. The guy won't even the guy will use his own hand to quit. Like, okay, I can't do this. I can't govern these people because nobody will follow him. And secondly, look at all these powerful Nigerians we have. There are too many powerful Nigerians. They're so much wealthy and they come from all across the country. They won't accept it. Who's that soldier? Who is he? How much does he have? There are people that can only sponsor. There are Yorubas that are billionaires that can sponsor a rebellion. Igbos that are billionaires that can sponsor another group. They will form a rebellion together and put them. Is it the Nigerian army that's trying to conquer Boko Haram in Maiduguri that will now say want to subdue entire Nigeria? It's not possible. One might give it up. That soldier, he's not even whoever that general wants to be. It's not possible. The military is not coming back in Nigeria. Forget it.
All right. Hopefully that theory is not tested, but I feel that Nigeria is an easy taking for the military if they want to.
One man, I still have my opinion to air.
Oh, okay, go on. Let's hear from you.
It's a when you talk of coup, there is no successful coup that will happen in a country that doesn't have the approval of the GOCs. Like in Nigeria today, they have about. In fact, I don't want us to go into it. I just want us to, go to the talking points. But I have to make this, this point known to our people. If the military wants to come into Nigeria today, you cannot stop them. There is what we call chronicle of command. Once that man gets the support, look at 1990 Oka coup, he was a major, not a major general, not even a lieutenant colonel, not even a brigadier general, not even a major general. He was a major, SO2, second officer, senior officer, second class, a major, a battalion 2IC. A battalion is 750 soldiers, commanded by a lieutenant colonel, and his 2IC is a major. He was the one that carried out that coup, one of the most deadly coup Nigeria has ever experienced, 1990 coup, Major Oka.
And how did it end?
Good. I said it before. If you were listening to me, you will hear what you must have heard what I said.
This.
Because the president was not captured. His aide-de-camp was killed, Major Bello. Lieutenant Colonel Bello was killed. Hold on, sir. Don't make me, run away from my, line of thought. Babangida ran away to Naval Base, Marina Dockyard. And that was what I said it. It was one DIV, one mechanized infantry division, headed by Major General Ikemwachuku, Ramat Ikemwachuku or so, that said, no, we were not involved in it. That was the end of it.
Your point is not relevant to what we are saying. No one is not saying anyone cannot carry out a coup. What we are saying is no one can.
No, you said, Mike, hold on. Mike,
even me, I can go and organize boys and shoot down the place and take over.
Mike, hold on. I always have issues with you when I am talking. You see,
you have issue because you are not making sense.
What did you say?
You don't make sense when you speak now. But you can get away with all that in doctor damages. But when you come here, we will challenge your.
You see, let me tell
you challenge your mumu point.
If you want me to address you as such, it is not.
Don't you come here propaganda? It makes sense.
It is not in my decision to talk down on anybody.
Please,
If you are
please,
going to
please,
comment
can we,
on me,
all
I
right.
will,
can we
I will
moderate it, please?
reply in the
Sorry,
same vein.
sorry.
Please.
Please.
Don't do that.
All right. Settle down. Let's not
I
get
don't
it
do
past.
that.
Let's not.
I did not end my decision before you came in and start talking this the way you are talking. It is not in my, life or culture to talk back when people make incendiary comments to us. My opinion. I am exercising my opinion, and one man gave me the opportunity to espouse what I want to say.
All right.
You are under no obligation to challenge me and tell me that I'm not making sense. If I will remind you, I will tell you that you said you are a military officer, a Marine, and you don't even know the strength of a company or platoon. Please, do not challenge me in my own field. I am telling you what I know. I cannot challenge you in your own field, my brother.
All right,
you have
Vin.
to say that. Woman, carry on.
No, you carry on, Vin. Land your point. Land your point.
No, woman, carry on, please.
Okay, let me interject in what he just said. Sorry, please. Let's try and keep it civil, please. That's just my appeal. Now, you said something that no military coup can happen without the knowledge of the GOCs. That's not correct. I can give you 3 or 5 GOCs that coup happened and they did not know. I remember very well the 1983 December 31st coup, at least in Ibadan. GOC, Second Mechanized Division, was not aware, even though the man that eventually became governor in Gongola State, what's his name? I think he's late now. He was a lieutenant colonel there. He was into it, but his GOC was not into it. The Gideon Oka coup, the GOC in the first div and the third div were not into it. That coup would have failed even if they had succeeded in taking out the CNC. I say that because I was in the north. I was in 21 Armored Brigade, a Maduguri then. I've been shortly Maduguri Amongunu. So I can tell you for a fact that they were not, even the military operative there were saying, look, if they succeed in Lagos, let them go ahead with Lagos. But here, they are not going to recognize any. So that no coup can happen without the knowledge of some GOCs. No. Now, the only thing that happened in that coup was that they thought by taking out the commander-in-chief is enough to take over Nigeria. It was a very foolish contraption. Moving forward, I did not say there may be no coup attempt. I say military rule. I'm reiterating myself now. Military rule, let's assume without considering that some people plan a coup and they succeed in doing whatever, maybe eliminating. Can they rule? Can there be a military rule in Nigeria today? I am telling you, and I can stake that it is no. If you want us to go into the details of our military formation, remember it is not only the Nigerian army that makes up of the Nigerian armed forces. There are several arms now, and it will be almost impossible for you to be able to bring everybody on board. In those days, that Nigerian army can plan the coup and they just bring one person from the Navy or one person for the just for balance. In the initial planning, they're not there. The last time a military officer was in the coup, a squadron leader, was it Martin Luther King or something? Martin Luther something there. That was squadron leader Martin Luther. Is it Martin Luther? That was part of one of these coup that happened at time. Since then, it's only for balance that they bring them in. The Nigerian army.
Major General Martin Luther. Yeah.
No, not Aguai. Aguai was in the military. I'm talking of a squadron. It's not a squadron leader Martin Luther something. I can't remember his last name. Since Alozi Ogugwaja insulted the military that, so look, the only thing they know how to do. Ogugwaja, from those that don't know him, was a police chief superintendent of police that made one funny comment that the only thing the Nigerian army know about after eating pepper soup is planning coup. Then it can happen. Today, a coup can happen, or a coup attempt. But let's assume, without considering that coup attempt even succeed, can there be a military rule in Nigeria today? It will lead to what do they call it now? I don't want to use the word anarchy. I don't want to use the word civil war, because many parts of Nigeria are waiting for that opportunity. Immediately that South will tell you, no, we are not going. and they will take over their barracks there, and nothing will happen. Is it from the 1st Infantry in Kaduna that you will march people down to come and take over? What's the name of this their barrack in Port Harcourt? Or is it from Jos in Rukuba that you will come and take over 2nd Div in Ibadan? Or is it from where you will come to 82 in Lagos? I don't know if you understand what I'm talking about, or who is going to command the Air Force. So it's going to lead to anarchy. It means Nigeria will not break like you say, okay, let's share it into two. It should be like you carry a tongue on this broken plate, this transparent one we used to eat in those days, and you raise it up and you smash it. It will just splinter into pieces, different places, because people will send voice to people in Southwest that look, if you know you are not from the Southwest, we give you 24 hours as a military officer. Take your kaya and go to wherever you come from. And the same thing will happen in the South. The same thing will happen in the Southeast. You'll be surprised that even middleware, when this man Yates that say that the Falcon is no longer hearing the Falconer, these things fall apart, the center cannot hold. That will be a classical example of things falling apart. Oka Hadaku, they were almost, if they had even taken out the sea incident, in the 1st Div, they have disowned him, like you rightly said. The same thing in the 3rd Div. So let's assume that they succeeded in taking out the sea. How would they govern Nigeria from Lagos when two very critical divs, and under those divs, you know the formations under them, and they must have networked to say, and that was why they told us in Maiduguri day. It was in the night that we had. It was BBC or no VOA that first broke it. It's just the signal that came out there was like, look, don't worry, everybody hold your position. Every leave cancelled, every pass cancelled, everybody report back to your formation. Don't worry. When they finished their joke, they were joking. Then I want to remember who was the brigade commander there. A brigade major, I know brigade major was one major Fakria, brigade commander. I think it was Abu Ali, the father of the young Abu Ali that was the brigade commander there, yeah, Abu Ali and Abacha. So they said the directive from the 3rd Div was that everybody just hold their position. When they finish the nonsense they are doing there, we will sort it out. So that was then. So now talk of now. Is it Lagos that somebody will come? So for me, I'm not talking about the coup. The coup can happen, but the military government, military regime, it won't happen. It won't happen. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. So we segued into military something. We were not even talking military, but that's the organic nature of the platform sometimes. But let me bring you back on board. I wonder who wants to take this one on. Seychelles places ban on Nigerian passport holders. So let me represent it. There's a lot of background to it, and a lot of the narrative is anyway. Let me give it to you. It says Seychelles have placed a ban on Nigerian passport holders applying for short-term visa or holiday purposes. A travel content creator raised the alarm on Saturday evening with a screenshot of the rejection email. The screenshot reads, "We regret to inform you that your application has been denied as per immigration regulation. For now, we are not accepting any Nigerian passport holders for holiday purposes." And then they say, kindly contact the immigration something or the other. It says, she wrote, "It seems Seychelles has placed a ban on Nigerian passport holders. The thing with having a Nigerian passport is that you can be postponing travel plans until you become Bill Gates." So that person goes on to run their commentaries. But that article now, which is widely being reported now all over the place, it links in with this. So it links in with this tweet, with this tweet. It says this was at Rufai Hussaini. This person alarming to Rufai Hussaini to highlight within the Nigerian media space. It says, "I am Matthias Adidi, the president of the Nigerian community in Seychelles. Please help us inform Nigerians. Someone in Nigeria is sending Nigerians to bring drugs to the Seychelles, and it is not safe. They are being arrested every day. Last Friday, 7 Nigerians were arrested." So Seychelles are placing a ban on Nigerians Is this something you've come across, Mike? What are you making of that?
Yeah, I actually want to touch on that. It's something that's I've been aware of for a long time, and I actually been looking for ways to maybe contact someone as the government to do something about. You see, there's this network of people, and I actually know one of them, or one or a couple of them. They are not up to 20, and it's an organization where they are drug lords, right? These guys, what they do is they will approach some ignorant Nigerian. They know nothing about drugs or nothing about all these things, and they will help them get passports. They will help them get visa, and they will tell them, okay, if you put this drug, if you swallow this and that, if you get there, we'll give you this money, and you will make it. Just go. Wretched Nigerian has nothing to do, knows nothing about all these things, ignorant, and then they will convince him and hope that he makes it through. When they know that the chance of him making it is so slim. So this group of people have been doing this for a long time, and unfortunately, like I said, there are not up to 20 people, and they constantly send them all those to different, and they have just messed up the image of Nigeria, because 90% of the people that they send, or most of them, they catch them. So now you just few guys have just messed up the image of Nigeria. And unfortunately, the Nigerian government have been taking note of this, that okay, these guys are arrested, these guys, let's find out why they did this, who gave them what, and do some investigation. By now, these guys would have been caught, or this group of few men that are coordinating this thing, they would have been, but no one is going after them. And they've been doing the same thing for a long time, and they're just destroying the image of Nigeria. And no one has ever addressed it.
What's this Seychelles angle though? Is this a new phenomenon? Is this an easier route? Because they are always, of course, looking for new routes. And you say you've been monitoring the space. Who exactly are these people?
It's a network of guys. Even one of them, I know the guy. This guy I've known him for like 20 years. And 20 years ago, the guy was doing the same thing. And today, I'm like, this guy, I'm like, what the heck? Because in America, those guys don't last. Like drug laws don't last. They say if you want to die young, just get into drugs. In America, they say if you are the best 10 years, you eventually end up killed or in prison. But these guys still around, man. I'm like, what is going on? It's because it's Nigeria. They are not going. Nigeria does not investigate those things. They don't care. It's something they turn that area. It's not something, we don't have that agency that's going after drug. You understand? We don't have it in Nigeria. That's why those people they're just there. But unfortunately, people that are falling victim are those ignorant people I just described. They don't know anything. They approach them every day. You want to travel? You want to do this? The same thing with those that are funding. They are sponsoring the human trafficking. No one is going after them. The people falling victim are the ignorant people that they approach and use, sponsor them because those ones don't know what they are doing. They don't know. Even most times in those airports.
Is this a South thing? Is this an Edo thing? Because you which region?
Oh, the drug is not a Edo thing. That drug part is Yoruba and Igbo. Yoruba and Igbo. Yeah, those are the two people that are into that one.
Is it a Lagos thing?
The Yoruba is more of a Lagos Yoruba, but yeah, it's more of some guys from those Agege, you understand? And then the bulk of them is Yoruba and Igbo. They are united in that thing. But the human trafficking one is more of Edo. He's dominated by Edo, that one. But these people, they need to go after them. Because they should have, by now, the amount of people that have been arrested, if they would have used those people to trace them, they would have traced these guys. Because I literally know a guy that went to prison for a long time. And one of the guys that sent him to do that thing is still walking around where the guy has come out of prison and is still communicating with the guy. I'm like, okay, the people that arrested this guy, didn't they see him that get in his mind? Why did you do this? And if you would have explained to them that, okay, they tricked me and I know who tricked me and this is where he is. This is where they would have at least got that. That's how America do their things. They go after the big fish. You understand? Once they catch a petty drug dealer on the street, they want to find out. They want to use it to locate the big fish. But it seems like in Nigeria, those small fishes are the one that just most of them they didn't even know what they were doing. It's just that guy approaching, giving money, and took him off the street, gave him shoe and told him what to do, and he didn't know he was doing crime. He didn't even know what he was doing. And unfortunately, they're constantly appearing in many airports around the world, and they're constantly arresting them, and they constantly say Nigerians, Nigerians, Nigerians. Whereas it's only a group of handful of men that are behind this thing, and it just gives Nigeria a bad name. Bad name. How many Nigerians into drugs? We don't do that shit. That's not our way.
You know, sadly, there's just three things that Nigerians are famous for globally: is the drug thing, the 419, and the love scam.
The love scam and 419, I get that one. It's a mentality, but the drug one is not a Nigerian thing. We don't do it. Average Nigerian criminal is ignorant of drug. We don't know. That's one area they don't even know where to go about it. They don't understand how drug deal works. They know 419 very well, but that drug one they don't know. But these guys that are behind this thing, just a handful of them. Like I said, I'm not up to 20. It's just a few of them. And they've been around for a long time. They continue with it. And just those few men have messed up our name in almost every airport in the world.
All right. Anybody with any more thoughts on this Seychelles thing? I thought it would kick off, but it looks as though it's not.
No, sorry, once again. Am I allowed?
Yeah, carry on.
Yeah, I think it's unfortunate, but the fact is that, yes, we brought it upon ourselves. I mean, somebody earlier today, we were discussing about it, and he was saying, I said, no, why is it that everything is about Nigeria? I mean, what is the role of Nigeria? Or rather, let's say Nigerians. It's just a handful of people. Somebody was mentioning it to me today, that somebody gave him, that's in church when we were discussing it, that look, because of the tightening of the nose of the NDLEA on this drug, you know, some of them have been. So they are looking for a new route. So that's why they are heading to that place as a transit, whatever, that they've actually worked together with, you know, because they were tracing some people. Yes, we are doing it. They might not be many compared to the population of Nigeria. Maybe a very, very minute, you know, number, maybe just 20 or 100, or let's even say at very most 1,000 people. Now, what's the percentage of 1,000 in a country of almost 200 million? Let's even say we are 100 million. What percentage is 1,000? But they are brought shame and reproach on the rest of us, and that's exactly what is happening across the world. I mean, they are in very minute minority, but hey, the shame they are bringing on us everywhere in Africa, in across Africa, in Europe, in Asia.
Is it not quite a thing though that the Seychelles, which was a visa-free space for
Yeah,
Nigerians,
yeah.
Now they are banning us? It's quite a thing.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, they have the right to protect their country, to protect their citizens, to protect their youth, their children. If Nigerians are bringing drugs to them and they are not, maybe, I mean, if they arrest, look at, they said last week they caught 7. The same guy was saying that about 2 weeks ago, they caught 2. They caught 2 in 2 different days. So like 4 in 2 days, and now, I mean, they're coming in with consignment of drugs. So this easiest thing to say, okay, let's recalibrate. Just stop coming for now. We don't know who is who, because Nigerians go there a lot, even if it is just this 7 or 10 people among 1 million people that are visiting there, because it's a very small country. But we brought this upon ourselves because of the quest, or what do you call it? All this must get rich by all costs, at all costs. And so we're bringing it upon ourselves. I hope that we'll be able to resolve it. But we need to do more work on this drug thing, because the drug menace in Nigeria, every time I think about it, it scares me gives me chills to my marrows. You know, the effect of drugs, on the life of young people in Nigeria today, across the country. in the south, in the southwest, in the north, far north, in everywhere, from all manner of drugs. Oh, before we were hearing tramadol, we were hearing codeine.
Let me show you this clip that is on Instagram. Just as you are talking, let me just share it. You were talking about the effect of drugs. And I recall seeing this clip earlier on. So I won't play the sound, but
you the one hitting his head on the pole. Oh,
yes.
That's it. That's the drum. That's just one out of many.
Oh God!
It's a metaphor. If you are hearing the sound, I mean,
yeah,
that's the effect. You see young people in schools. You see young girls, teenagers, extremely high. The one that is even killing them now is the one they call colos or something. That one is even, in fact, you see them in a party and all of that. So we have a pandemic on our hands already internally that we need to deal with, which I have said before, that it is NDLEA is not enough. States are not paying enough attention to this. States should be more involved. We have some faith-based organizations that are running some what do you call it, rehabilitation centers, but that's not enough. State must make it they must take it serious. It's not something of federal government, NDLEA. How many can NDLEA control? NDLEA can control our borders and the rest. But the real people, they are bringing this thing in shiploads, and they are marketing it to our young people. They are destroying an entire generation. So apart from the shame that they are bringing, which is a very, honestly speaking, I see that one as a small thing. The effect of drug on our population, on our growing population, gives me more concern that whether they say some people should not come to Seychelles or come to Seychelles anymore.
All right, brilliant. So like I said, the news cycle is very slow. So you see we are struggling to put the conversation together. But let me play this clip that has one of the subscribers sent in, and then Mike, I want to take the lead on this. Let me play this clip, and then Mike, you take the lead on it.
Guys, please just watch this video and share. Watch this video. Listen to what this girl she's saying on this video. If she's making a point on this video, watch this video and share it. Share this video. Watch this video and share it. Put your comment down at the comment section. Just watch. Listen.
90% of Igbo celebrities, they both the actors and actresses, na yes. I know they talk to the normal ones, so now the celebrities that they talk. People like the Peter and Paul, where they call the peace people. People like the Choma Chukuka, where they shout up and down, where they not let us hear what during election. I saw all of you now there. Now me talking. So now don't blend down. Now they see what they happen for Enugu. Now they see what they happen for Ebonyi. As una brothers say they destroy properties, they wire small children with cane, they beat married women for market. Una not see them. So now this is the right time for you people to use your platform, your voice and your money to stop this nonsense going on over there. You guys are not saying anything or doing anything about it. If not to follow Yoruba people or people where they get Lagos State, raise shoulder, do gaga, sha, Lagos is a no man's land, una go fit. Now it don't reach time for una to better una own state. Una keep quiet, all of una don't hide una head. There will be Cubana, then what did they call them? This celebrity barman. What did they call them? Cubana chief. What did they use the money do? Where Flavor? Where Peace Square there? Where all of una? Well, una they share during election and not let us hear. Una just get money for nothing. Una get platform for nothing. Una not they use and do anything. No wonder una brother Peter Obi no win. Now because of this, una brother stupid things where they do. Now this not they do Biafra. She una brothers they don't know road to Abuja to go they fight for Aso Rock. They don't know road to go they beat women for there, but no, they decide say now all those village women where they don't know one, no two. Now they want beat. They molest small children, they beat them anyhow. Say why they come out. All of una don't hide una head. They know they see una face again. Una not really wise. No wonder Yoruba people get sense pass una. And for these good 8 years where Tinubu go they go use una head. None of una they go put for seat of authority. None. No wonder Asari Doku but they use una do rag. I can't the one that say now this one make and see una finish. See what they happen for Enugu and Ebonyi, una no they talk. Where this guy when they call a contest for Lagos State governor before, whether na GROB na be name or something. He know they see where mama from corner. I think they not talk say na Igbo decent. Mama na from Igbo state, one of these eastern states. What is he doing about this nonsense his brothers are doing over there? So you won't tell me now say you know they see him. If now to follow Yoruba people drag now, Tinubu na thief, this one that one now go they shout. Now they let us hear what for social media. Make I hear any of una again carry on hair come and they talk. I go they swear for all of them one by one. When I reach, una no say nah. Thank God say they want you to clear Lagos. Once they don't clear Lagos, now they go clear all of una when we go people come out for there. Make I know where una go wrong go. As una no want better una own state. Una no say this is the right time for you to go back to your own state and be making investment. Clear all the jargons, all this nyama where they there, clear and come out. So if you give these people opportunity to destroy Enugu, they destroy Ebonyi, they destroy Imo, they destroy Anambra and other states, where you go come wrong go? If Lagos now come to say, okay, may Igbo people come up for Lagos, pata, as they don't they do and now, we start. Even if they don't agree, say now they do. Where are you running to? No, flavor, where all of una go wrong go. Not be the same place una for come una wrong go. Where make una afford una arms now, they look these boys there, they destroy properties. They use opportunity, they loot money and things where be say not be their own. The other people store, they collect things. Is this the right way to fight for freedom? Now this one and they fight for Biafra. How you want to come? How you want to come? Wanna continue. So far I not ever hear una open una mouth or insult Yoruba people again. Me not be Yoruba person, but una just all of una a fool, especially the celebrity. Una better wise. Anybody will go come after me for comment say I go swear for papa and mama because una no get sense. Jet people. Make una go clean up una state. Before they Tinubu na go decide say okay, you want deploy soldiers and army or police and go there, make they go they buy all those una brother. Una go they cry say they don't like Igbo people, they don't like us. How they go like una this na JJ mindset. Thank God say Peter Obi no even win because na for too fool na self for this.
All right. So somebody sent that in, Mike. I didn't actually pre-watch it, but there it is. What are you making of that, Mike?
You remember yesterday when I think it was Kenny or Jules, one of them, when they were, addressing what happened in Lagos, Alaba, and also how he was being treated in Lagos, and they're saying, Aneze has come to meet Sanwo-Olu to discuss it, and this. So then when I asked him, I say, how come Aneze hasn't met with the governors in the East over the problems in the East? It's almost like you can't come together, your socio-cultural leaders, they can't come together to challenge your own leaders. Well, you skip that. You come to Lagos to come and be challenging the governor over treatment of... See, the fact of the matter is, the Southeasterners, they don't really care about themselves. I don't think they like their own region or like themselves like that. They just, the only thing they just, when they are pointing finger at other people, it's just out of animosity and out of dislike, their tribalistic nature. That's what it is. Just tribalism. That's what it is. It's never justified. Because even the people that treat them best the most are the people that even point finger at the most. They point finger at Yorubas more than anybody else. They were trying to paint things as if Yoruba people have been the one doing them wrong ever since Nigeria. And if you look at the fact, you find out that the Yorubas have treated them the best. After the war, during the war, we're the only one, protesting for looking out, trying to end the war, protecting them. Why they are so-called South brothers, they claim. Those ones were fishing them out for the Nigerian army to slaughter them. After the war, they are South brothers. Those ones took their property. Yorubas giving their property back. The only region where they can come and express themselves, they can freely open their mouth and insult Ilorin, insult Tinubu, and still get a job in Lagos working for driving train, where they can express themselves, where they know in their own eastern states. You can't open your mouth and insult Ujuku or Nnamdi Kanu. You are dead. It's a death sentence. You don't have that freedom. They have so much freedom among Yorubas, but we are their number one enemy. So when we are come to ask questions, they say, oh, he's a bigot. I asked that question yesterday when Kenneth was talking. Aneze has come to meet Sanwo-Olu about the Alaba market. I said, why has Aneze sat with the Eastern governors to discuss about the problem in your east, or even your Biafra, or the problems you have. You don't do that, you know. But you have the, you know, I mean, you. So those kind of things just irritate me about Southeasterners. The way they do things is just it doesn't make sense, and people need to start questioning them. People need to start asking all these questions, so that just maybe they will get to their senses. It's like you have problem with others.
You know, it struck me, leaving aside everything, and a lot of what that girl said, you know, P squared, all of these people that jump up and down when the matter pertains to Lagos, you don't hear it when the matter pertains to their region. But let's bring Vin in, because Vin, of course, we are partly from that space. What did you make of that clip, Vin?
Yeah, one man, I would like to go to the visa sanction against the Nigerians in Seychelles.
You want to escape that one?
No, I will come there if you will give me the chance to come there.
They will ignore it now.
You see, Mike, I wouldn't like to engage you here the way you front yourself against my personality. I just want you to keep calm, listen until I, put down
They
my.
play the video. They say adjust the video. You want to go to something else. So am I wrong by saying you are skipping it?
My friend, will you just keep quiet and shut up your mouth while I make my own submission? Can you
don't
just
need to be emotional, man. You don't need to be emotional.
One man, I just remove him. That is now.
No.
I just remove him.
Hold on. Hold on. Sorry. Wait. Thomas. You know that Mike and Vin, they have a long history on this platform. I know Vin has been away for a while, and Mike away for a moment too. So they have a long history on this platform.
Can you just caution him? Just caution him, please.
Yeah. Hold on, Mike. So yes. So Vin, proceed with caution, but carry on.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
I would like you to tame the way we tame dogs. Sorry to say that. I would like you to tame him.
Hold on, Vin. I said proceed with caution now. If you ask me to tame him like then he will want to respond. But carry on. Go to the Seychelles.
I have never, make any comment against Thomas or anything that relates to him. Check all the submissions that I've made in this platform since the time I started coming here. And it is a friend that asked me to come to this very place. But in as much as this guy will continue to make these, comments, I don't feel comfortable at all. I am not here to insult. If you look at anywhere or any platform that I've gone to, I have not insulted Yoruba people. But if this guy will continue to demean me and where my mother comes from, if you give me the opportunity, I will engage him. Honestly speaking. And that is that. You see, one man, that being said, I stand against any drug peddler. When we had the opportunity, while I was in active service, there are so many things Babangida, Abu Salami, and Abacha put in place before he died. There was a certain amount of money that is voted out for what we call sting operation or covert operation through the NSA, National, NSA, National Security Agency. That money, it is hundreds of millions of dollars, evidently proven at what happened in Ikoyi. I think you heard about it.
Vin, please hold on, please. One man, I'm not happy. I'm not happy. Vin just insults Mike now
No apologies. You don't, Mama, we can't do this. We can't do this. No apologies, Mike, no right for Mike to respond. We can't do this. Mama, you know me for that. No, we can't do this. I'm not talking to I'm not talking to you, Vin, please. I'm talking to one man, please. If you don't mind, please. No, we can't do this. We can't do this, one man. He just insulted Mike now. Mike kept quiet. If Mike to respond, how did this person is going to be? We can't do this. No, one man, I will not take it. If I'm still here, you can't insult my panel on this platform. No. Vin, I saw you in some platform. You insult one man. You put this platform down, and you still have the effrontery to come here, and you are still insulting my panelists. One man, I will not take this. I will not take it. One man, I will not take it. And one man too. I know you are very liberal. You are Englishman. You always give people second chance. I don't even expect Vin to come here. He has delegated you. He has put you down in many platforms. One man, I can say this. Vin, I'm not talking to you, please. I'm talking to one man. He has called you bigot on many platforms that I was there. And he came here. He's still insulting our panelists. One man, no, I will not take this. I will not take this. Thank you, one man. I will not take this. No. Thank you.
All right. All right. So I address that, Vin.
Okay. You see, one man, I don't think whatever I discuss with you, even in WhatsApp, is personal. Have I ever insulted you in our WhatsApp discussions? Have I ever called you a bigot in any platform?
Yes.
You did that on Dr. Damages. I can copy the video. And Niger Watch. One man, I listen to all these platforms. Vin, you insult one man. You call him bigot. I can bring out the videos.
Hold on, Thomas.
You did that.
You have put down your submissions and your complaint. And I would like one man to respond to what I have said.
I'm not talking of your WhatsApp. I don't care about your private talk. I said on many platforms, you have degraded this platform.
Okay, now let me ask you one thing, Mr. Thomas. When your brother was making this comment the first time before my internet went down, what did you say? When I came in here again, the second time, and he challenged me again frontally, what did you say? You say you take him. Did he apologize? Did you ask him to apologize? Why did you take him out?
I said, did he insult you?
No, why did you take him out?
No one took me out.
If he was not
no,
saying,
I didn't. No, nobody took him out.
Somebody said I just took him out, and it was you.
Took me out.
All right. Let me say something. Let me say something.
If I should apologize to him,
hold on.
He should also first apologize to me.
Vin, let me say something. Because you know what is irritated Mike and clearly Thomas is really what Jafar commented on, because so I have to scroll because I saw Jafar's comment, but so I have to scroll back up to pick it up, and this is what Jafar is addressing as well. It says Mike is standing up for the platform by calling out flip-floppers and two-faced propagandists. It should be applauded and praised, not vilified. So what Jafar is saying here is exactly what Thomas was saying there. So just to address that, can you hold on? So So it's not just a Vin, it's a lot of people, because we've been around for a bit, so we have a certain reputation, and because of the way we run the platform sometimes, it's not to, people don't align, especially when they don't hear what they want to hear. So a lot of them go around a lot of platforms, even as early as today, it was still going on, calling us a lot of names, but you... remove Vin and substitute him with Pansat. He does the same thing, but the way I see it is that I'm not accountable for whatever anybody says on whichever platform, but I am accountable for what people say here. So long as they abide by our rules on this platform, then they can say whatever it is that they want to on wherever else they go to. So, but is it duplicitous? Is it two-faced? Is it whatever? That's subjective, isn't it? So we have rules here, which is to say no foul language and no offensive behavior. And so long as anybody does not cross that line, then I am not going to. I am not going to stop anybody. I'm loath to stop anybody from coming. It's all about free speech. Free speech is not so much. It's not so much what you don't want to hear. It's what you vehemently oppose, and you still give it the room for expression. So I think that's just how I see it. I know that's not to your taste, Thomas, but
No, one man. I can. What I'm saying now, you can Mike can testify to it. Vin has called us bigots on many platforms. Can you deny it, Vin? But you are still here. Let me finish, please.
Hold on.
Oh, let me. No, I'm not holding on.
I had the floor. I had the floor.
No,
I had the floor before you came in. You finished
work, my brother. Let me finish. Then you respond to it. I have a 5 minutes just to leave here, please. But you can't go to other platform, put us down, and you still come here, and you still want to insult my panelists. You can't do that. I am a co-panelist to one man. No, we can't do it. You can't be two-faced. If you want to be with us, be with us. If you want to be against us, stay away from us. You can't be two-faced. I've heard you many times without number. I'm still saying it now. You call one man bigot. You call this platform Yoruba platform. I can bring out the videos. It's not about one. It's not about twice.
Video,
yes.
Bring out the
just
video.
forget it. Mike can testify to it. I will not say more than that. Thank you, one man. I will be leaving now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I one man. I would like Mr. Thomas to send the videos to you and send it to me, and I will apologize to you or to this platform. But I have heard Thomas also when he was criticizing, telling the videos are with me. I can also send it to one man. I heard you, Thomas, Mr. Thomas, do unto others what you want others to do unto you. I heard you in your gogo.
One man, please, can I intervene? Can I interject?
Okay.
Can I interject?
I heard you because if you are going to bring it, I want to make my point. You were there when Thomas was saying what he was saying. You said, oh, I raised observation, and you said you've taken him out. You did not ask him to apologize. And you are asking me to apologize to Mike that has been so antagonistic to me.
All right, let's have from
I was just about to make my submission, then I go. If you don't want me in this platform, one man, remember, you give me notifications to come and join. Because I was very, very busy. That is why, and I told you as well, that is why I have not been coming in here.
All right. Hold on now. Let's hear from Ajanle Koko. Ajanle Koko, yes, you have to rush in. Ajanle Koko.
Thank you, woman, and let me say hi to everybody. I've been listening, and I'm enjoying everybody.
Ajanle Koko, good evening.
Hey, how are you, my brother?
I'm good, sir.
Yeah, I'm enjoying everybody, and everything was going smoothly. until when Mike started insulting Vin. So
Can you quote me, Ajale Koko? Quote my insult.
Yeah, I don't need to quote you.
Don't accuse me of something, eh? No, you can't accuse me of insulting somebody.
Insulting him. You started
quote the insult.
him. You started telling him that, oh, he will not talk on this because this is not. You mentioned something as if,
if you don't know what I mentioned, then why are you talking?
Who are me? Because this is an issue that.
Mike, hold on. Let Ajale Koko speak.
I can't remember the way you are, but it seems that issue, something like that, and I think that is bad. We can't be doing this. We can't be insulting ourselves because of one issue or the other with our tribe. So Mike started this, and Thomas, who should have intervened as a peacemaker, went after Vin. I don't think that is good. Vin has not been with us for so long, and this guy came back. No matter what he has done, maybe he says something in another platform. He went there. I don't know whatever he says, but he's here today. We shouldn't use this platform to go after him or insult him. And he has not insulted anybody. Whatever he's been talking about was being based on issue. He never go after anybody or insulted anybody. This is not good.
Didn't they call me stupid or something like that?
What Thomas did, you didn't handle it well. You said you are a co-host. Look at the way one man behaved. He was calm. He was listening to both of them, and he wanted everybody to iron out their issue. So, but what I want to say in conclusion before I go is because of this thing that I came in. I was not going to come in. I was staying. I'm on vacation. I just want to take some leave for and enjoy my vacation. But not go after this guy. Let's go after the issue. That is what matters. And that is what this platform stands for. This platform is a fact-based platform, issue-based platform, and not a platform that is meant to insult anybody, any panelist, or anybody. So that's why I came in, one man. Please, let it be over. Let this guy continue what he's saying. I'm actually enjoying it. If we really want to learn from each other, we should listen to each other. That is when we can learn, and not by insulting this other. He's been talking on some issues that are militarily based, that a lot of people around the world can benefit and learn a lot from, as well as Bishop. These guys were talking about their experiences and what they know about the Nigerian military. I think we should listen. This guy, they are professional in this field. And we that don't know anything want to interrupt and just say something that will just destroy the real issue. So please let him continue dishing out his point on this issue so that everybody can continue to enjoy him. Please, I beg everybody. Mike.
All right, thank you for your pandering. First of all, since you mentioned my name.
Hold on, Mike.
You mentioned my name.
Yeah, sorry, Mike. I muted you only because when Ajale Koko speaks, we always like to let him land. Ajale Koko. So thank you, Ajale Koko. So if anybody has ever wondered what the value of Ajale Koko is to this platform, there it is right there. A tricky situation, and he immediately he left out of his penal colada and his Jack Daniels to come and say no, so to work fingers. So yes, let's hear from you, Zita. And then
no, hold on. You mentioned my name. Hold on.
No. Let Zita go first, just for you to get a moment to come. Let Zita go first.
One man. Thank you, everyone. I didn't actually want to comment, but when he became rowdy, I said, let me just ship him a few words. Yeah, actually, Coco is right in his submission. But one man, I believe that the language you are using in your platform is English language. And we should use the English language, the version that is called the use of English language. Telling somebody you dodged the question might sound rude, but telling somebody, why not answer that question? Why are you moving away from that one? Might not sound rude. Telling somebody, if you shut your mouth, that was rude. But would have said, if you don't have anything to say, let me speak. Wouldn't have sounded rude. Asking somebody, what do you mean? It sounds rude. But asking somebody, how do you mean? They meant the same thing, but how do you mean doesn't sound rude. I've watched in dismay in your platform. I have been called idiot. I have been told to shut up in your platform. Somebody in your platform had called me this. I don't know if anyone knows the gravity of that thing in English language. For you to call somebody this woman with little knowledge. I've never had anybody calling me such a name, but it happened in your platform. And nothing happened to that person. I have listened to somebody call playtime lizard. I don't know the standard you gave to your platform.
Yes. All right. All right.
Let
all
me
right.
finish. Please,
Please, Zeta, don't spiral it out of control because hold on. Can you hold on?
Woman, please let her land so we can really know. Let her land, please. Woman, let her land so that we can really
I don't want to be. I don't want to be. Can you
don't want to be used in your platform?
No. I'm going to mute you. Sorry, Zeta. When I say hold on, please do that. And please don't raise your voice. You don't have to raise your voice. We can still hear you in a normal voice. You know, when I say hold on, then please just indulge me and do that. Not shout over me. Hold on. You know, so I will let you land, but I don't want to over legislate, nitpicking at every little minutia of everything. If you look at the screen, it's a myriad of different personalities who are very powerful people in terms of their personality traits. You know, you can't over micromanage to the minutiae of everything that you said, if not worse. You know, so there's a broad stroke to it. And in the cut and thrust of conversations, when sharply held divergent views have been expressed, the language will spiral. And there's leverage for the language to spiral, but not to overspill. And when it overspills, I try to pull it back. And when people call to caution, I try to pull it back. But if we want to start going over every minutia of everything, we can't go over the minutiae of everything. So carry on, Zeta, but don't overlay. Carry on, Zeta.
One man, I am asking, what is the standard? I want you to tell me. That's what I am driving at. What are those words that are not supposed to be used? I have asked that question several times.
I don't have a dictionary of a list of words, but
no, I don't mean dictionary. No, that's not what I'm saying. Please get me right. Please. That is not what I'm saying. I'm not saying list the words that are not to be used. No, that's not what I'm saying. You are the moderator. I'm just saying when somebody is being harsh, when do you determine? You are the moderator. I'm not saying there must be a particular word, but at that point, you should determine, no, this is brash. Stop. Or you drop the person.
No. Okay. Let me. Okay. Hold on. hold on. When it is a high octane conversation, you know, there's something they call rapier weight, RAPIER weight, WIT, rapier weight. So rapier weight is the speed of thought and rethought. So when you are in a back and forth with somebody, it's rapier weight. And when you are in a rapier weight situation, there is spike involved. So there's especially in the course and thrust of an argument or a debate, there's always an element of a sharp edge to it to point a little bit at that person. Oh, so who is that? Who is that regaling us with their? There's always a cut and thrust to it, and in the cut and thrust, there's always an element of wanting to poke at that person a little bit, and that's still within the parameters. But Ajale Koko, I'm glad you're here. So there are two rules that we have here. There are two rules, only two. No foul language, which we try and enforce as quickly as we pick it up, and no aggressive behavior, which we try and enforce as soon as we pick it up. And the third rule we have, when Ajale Koko is speaking, everybody listens. So those are the rules. So, but I'm not sure. I mean, what's the expectation? What's the okay? You land the point that you're trying to land because you've got me somewhat in a flux now. I'm not quite sure where you're leading me to, Zita. All right, and off she goes. So I mean, Ovie, you've been here.
Wait. Can I?
No, you call me now. Ovie, you've been here, man and boy. The language of this platform, is it excessively offensive in the manner that Zita's inflection was trying to?
Hey, Assalamu alaikum, everybody. I mean, it's a live event. It's a live show, right?
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, Ovie. Nice to see you.
I was city boy. Congratulations.
All the politics.
All the politics don't come back. Okay.
I was city boy. Congratulations.
Well done.
One man, let me just get off my mind out, man.
Shut up, I'm talking.
Okay, anyway. So let me just say one thing. Here's the deal. I know your rule. Don't use foul language. Don't all those kind of things. Now, here's the deal. That's my problem here. Now, one thing that provoked me a lot is when I turn on some of these channels where even Vin attend, I will see some Yoruba people there. Those people, they blatantly make bigotry statements about Yoruba people, just ethnic rubbish. And some Yorubas will be there, even join them doing it. But just to pander to them, right? We have these characters among us in the tribe that just does that thing and it irritates the hell out of me. Where they just believe they have to pander so people will like them, all those kind of things. And if you want to do that. That's fine. That's where you want to live your life, do it. But what I hate is this. Just because I'm Yoruba, you're Yoruba, you begin to come after me. You know, I respect Ajale Koko a lot. He's an elder in Yoruba land, we respect our elders, but it looks like if you have a problem with me, address me on the issue where I'm not any ramble with someone else from somewhere else, where I just want to pander to them. I can take it. Like, okay, an elder is talking to me. But this is not the first time. It's always been happening. Even during the era of those Morris and those guys, where they'll be spilling bigotry at me and I'll respond. Ajale Koko will jump on me and ignore them. That behavior, I'm sorry, is getting on my nerve. And I hate to be the young guy that's insulting my elders, but if you can want Ajale Koko to stop doing that to me, please. I don't like it. If you want to talk to me as a Yoruba person to Yoruba person, do it on an occasion where I'm not in a ramble with someone else from somewhere. Because characters, Vin, when I go to channel like Dr. Damages or all these other channel, the fact that I don't talk, I'm not aligned with their tone, they will automatically start insulting me. This is not even like they disagree with me. They will kick me out. It's even tell me to apologize for no. They don't give you that space, that room. So I know those kind of people. So when I meet them somewhere neutral, I like to push that same energy to them. Though I don't cross the line by using foul language like to break one man's rule, but I'm not going to come here and be giving them that respect of when I know that this person here, if I would have met him on Dr. Damages, he would have thrown insult at me, and Dr. Damages or all those other people would have supported him. If I insult back, they'll kick me off. That they play that game there. So if me and him meet here, that's where I feel about him. So I don't have to. If me and him, I tried not to use the foul language. All I did was not, just point out what he's saying if he's not making too much sense. And he insulted me back, whatever. Okay, that's fine. Okay, that's man to man. But you came in and you begin to come after me and you even begin to back him and elevate, praise him and put him on the pedestal like he did nothing wrong. And that thing is annoying. I think Ajale Koko should mind his business, I respect him, but he shouldn't be doing that to me.
One man, make an answer your question.
Hold on. You don't.
I know. Watch your mouth. You don't start shooting.
One man, let me say this, and I will leave the platform.
No. Before you say anything, Ajale Koko. Mike, I'm not sure that outside your biological parents, I'm not sure that you have a bigger fan than Ajale Koko. I'm not sure. Even I am a fan of yours, but not as much as a fan of yours as Ajale Koko. You know when Ajale Koko when he and Alexander Gomez has rebuked you too, is only really because it's the Omoluabi faith, isn't it? It's not something that should be introduced to you. You know what an Omoluabi is, and Ajale Koko and Alexander Gomez, they place great stock by the Omoluabi doctrinal approach, which is their expectation of you. So that is what
I've made it clear before. I'm not into that Omoluabi thing. Like I'm not into it. So just keep it away from me. You can't do it with someone else. Just don't do that. If you want to deal with me, we can do it when we're having your conversation.
All right.
When it comes to say me,
Mike, that's why I didn't want to come to you immediately. Ajale Koko, let's hear from you.
Okay, thank you, one man. Mike, I want to tell you, maybe it appears or it sounds to you as if I'm going after you. I want to tell you that no, I'm not going after you. Sometimes truth is bitter. But,
what was that?
Yeah, but what I want you to know is that we don't have other platforms are different from one-man platform. One-man platform is a platform that accepts all voices. And all voices on this platform represent Nigerian voices. That is the beauty of this platform. You can go to other platforms go after you. They said, "Oh, you are."
Ajale Koko, if it's not your platform, don't address me. Don't address me.
Hold on, man.
I'm just saying. What you did today.
Mike, Fawale there now. Fawale there. This rule. Fawale there. Tobago Ajale Koko, you understand? Yeah. Hold on, Bishop. No. Hold on, Bishop. Let me. Yeah. Ajale Koko, yeah. Carry on.
What I said, I didn't go after you. I told Thomas that Thomas, as a moderator, as one of the co-hosts on this platform, did not handle the situation well. And I said, I praised one man the way he handles the situation. He didn't go after anybody. But Thomas was going after Vin. And I said, that is not good enough for Vin. So this platform, as I was saying, is, accept all voices. People can come from anywhere and say whatever. That is the beauty of this platform. And that is why this platform is stable. So we cannot go after people, but the issue. That is what I am preaching. Let us go after the issue and not anybody. So once again, I want us to stand on the issue and not personality. So one man, you are doing a great job. Continue doing a great job.
Thank you, Ajale Koko. And Ajale Koko is on holiday, by the way. I didn't expect I will see him till maybe sometime next week, but there he is. You've made him but I'm impressed that you are still listening to us wherever you are, Ajanle Koko. But
thank you. You know, we wherever you are, as a member of the platform, no matter what, you still want to listen to people that you are connected with. So we are family. So let us see ourselves as one family. And that is what I'm preaching. Don't let us go after each other, but the issue. That is the beauty. Look at Ove here today. If Ove is not connected to this platform, he won't come back. But everybody here on this platform, we are family. Let us treat ourselves as family and not enemy. Don't see ourselves as enemy based on, on the basis of
We are
tribe.
family. We are family.
So that is what
Our
I am.
family.
So thank you. Thank you. If you don't want to accept, you might not accept.
Let's stop
But
being
what
fake,
I
man.
am
Not
preaching
everybody
is
has
that
family.
let us see ourselves as one family, one people.
We came to
one
contribute. We
country,
are not one
one
people. I don't know what you're
order.
talking about. We
That
just
is
came
it.
to contribute. We are not one people. Let's stop this faking thing we do in Yoruba, man. Let's stop it. Let's be frank.
Mr. Mike, Mr. Mike, please,
Okay,
please,
one man. Thank you, Bishop. Thank you too. I think you see Bishop and Vin, what they are doing tonight, the kind of information they are dishing out, a lot of us doesn't know it. We should give these people the opportunity to enlighten us on the way military of this country, the military of our country is structured, and what we don't know about them. That is what they are doing for us tonight. And, we cannot allow anything to stop it. So one man, continue your job, and I would like you to let Mike, Vin, and Bishop to continue the great service. We have to thank them for their service and let them share the information we don't know about our military. Let them share it with us. Thank you. See you guys
all right.
later. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. All right. Thank you, Ajanle Koko. So thank you, Ajanle Koko. So that was Ajanle Koko, of course, needs no introduction. So we didn't actually have that much to talk about. It was because there was nothing in the news, and I thought, okay, I'll bag and tag it and just get out quickly. But then, of course, there it is. It's turned into a bit of a spark. So it's turned into a bit of a spark. But so if everybody is satisfied with how Ajanle Koko has rounded it up, I'm happy to leave it there and just move on. So we shake hands and we're friends again. Are we all happy with that?
Woman.
Who's that?
Woman.
Yes, let's move on. Yes.
One man, I'm not done, no. I'm not done, no.
Yeah, hold on. Let's hear from Jide and then we'll come back to you. And then Jide, let's hear from you.
Okay, woman, I feel we were on a discussion of what the little girl said. That was what you played. And I was waiting for everybody to respond then. But I want to say something before I drop it. Actually, I'm new to the platform, a bit new. But to some extent, I feel what Mr. Mike is feeling. I want to point out something. I stopped at some point. I would have been joining on a regular basis, but I stopped at some point because my first experience with Passat or Passand was not too good. When we make some utterances, I think we should be guided. And like what Vin said tonight, I don't see anything bad in what Mr. Mike said when he said he was dodging the question. Because, for instance, we have gone over the drug issue. We've all labored on it. We are moving forward. Somebody has just played something to us about a little girl, saying something about people dying in the Southeast, in a region where you came from. But because somehow, and this is where when I was talking the other time, I said these people they are the cause of whatever is happening, and you cannot blatantly go in on that situation and condemn the act and praise the little girl for being brave enough to come out. And you say you want to go back to the drug matter, and somebody says, okay, you are dodging the question. And the next thing is you should be tamed like a dog or something. I feel we need to put some level of control on the comments that are made, because what Bassad made that day to me and Mr. Thomas was that little children that were not even born when it was this are talking on the platform. This is not a platform for old men or young men. This is a platform to discuss what is the problem of Nigeria and how to find a solution to it.
Of course, you know the name Hillary Clinton. Do you know the name Hillary Clinton?
Yes, I do.
All right. So during her back and forth with Donald Trump, I think that was 2014, she called the followers of Donald Trump. Do you remember what she called them?
I can't remember specifically.
She called them the deplorables. So in some instances, this platform is a home for some elements of the deplorables. People like Plansat and all those, they fall under the category of the deplorables, but we allow them anyway because you know I have this thing that there is nobody that I cannot moderate, and I cannot allow anybody to. So even, but don't worry. I try to take it on board, but I don't know. Let's move on. I think let's move on. I think we've overlabored.
No problem, man. Let's move on. I'm just bringing.
But the one thing you're chipping in a moment. Jide, you came in yesterday, and I really liked your voice. So, and I'd like you to go because we're always talent spotting here, and you're a talent.
To speak about that. I'm not actually going for the.
I just want to encourage Jide to keep coming back because when we spot a good voice, we like to keep it. But the one thing you have to do, you have to come with a thick skin. So if you are being overly sensitive, then you quickly take offense. But Dewale, let's hear from you.
Yeah, I just wanted to buttress what you just said. Yesterday, I was driving. I started with show with you, but eventually I was in a meeting, so I couldn't join. I must tell you, Jide, I could listen to you all day long. Your analysis yesterday was apt, on point, and I like the way you tabled everything. You are a rare gem on this show, and please continue to join the show from time to time. You will be your objective from time to time. But yesterday you nailed it. Your analysis was on point, and I enjoy you. Truly enjoy you. So don't let any distraction. You speak your mind, and people take it. If they don't take it, that's fine. But your analysis yesterday was just on point. I must give you credit. I really value you.
Yes, so well said. So well said. So let's just do a whip round to see what people are digesting in the news today. So we'll go from top.
One man, I have not. You just put me aside.
All right, carry on, Vin. You guys have completely stumbled me now. Okay, take charge, okay. Okay, handle it for a moment. Carry on.
Okay, you see, I don't see anything. Before, I was making my submission on the military issue when Mike told me that I'm not making any sense. He said it twice or thrice. And that was what.
Vin, sorry,
Jide, hold on.
No, this is Ovie.
Okay.
I don't mean to cut you short.
Okay, Ovie.
I think so that we'll have a meaningful conversation. Let's go listen to what Ajale Kugo said and whatever that is because by the time you speak, then somebody else will want to respond and we'll keep going on.
There is. Okay,
I think we have a little. I know we have a little bit of understanding now.
All right, back to your submission on the military something. Yeah, back to your submission.
Yes, I was going to. I am a gentleman and a gentleman officer as well, retired, and it is difficult for me to take some certain things in my stride. But as I know, it's not even up to 400,000 people. If Nigerians, irrespective of the tribe, will go there and misbehave and want their laws to take its course, but it's unfortunate that they are targeting Nigerians with their passports. You know my position. You know my position when it comes to Nigeria. But for them now to target people, I would have loved that they take out those people. My submission is this. During our time, there is what we call sting operation allowances or monies or funds that were voted out in order to fish out these drug elements. Where are those monies? Look at what happened at Ikoyi. Most of the monies were diverted and kept in private houses. That is where I was going to before Mike interrupted me. Those monies were made in order to tackle all these things, go into investigation, find out the cartels, those that are responsible for those things before it gets out of hand. Right now, it has gotten out of hand. Nigerians are now being targeted in Seychelles. Okay, so that is the problem. That is where I have issues with. For my brother from my sister that was saying what she was saying, a lot of things are going on in Southeast. I am not happy about it as well. But when a government make the environment so conducive for non-state actors to begin to carry out what they are doing, then there is no government anywhere. It is not just in Southeast.
Sorry, who takes first responsibility? Because I think we've cycled this conversation before. Mm-hmm. You know, of course, there are tiers of governance within the Nigerian state. There are tiers of governance from the local government all the way through to the presidency. So now the chief security officer of each of those sovereign states, of those federating states, they are their governors. And then you have 6 of them who are all governors, who have all of these security votes, which is dedicated, it's implicit in the name, security votes. And still we see the hemorrhaging of, you saw how angry that girl was. Who takes, and also the wider voice of that space. Let me play that clip again for the benefit of people who may not know what we're talking about. Because, you know, there's somewhat of a sense that people are docking responsibility here. But let me play it again.
Guys, please just watch this video and share. Watch this video. Listen to what this girl she's saying on this video. If she's making a point on this video, watch this video and share it. Share this video. Watch this video and share it. Put your comment down at the comment section. Just watch. Listen.
90% of Igbo celebrities, they both the actors and actresses, yes. I'm not they talk to the normal ones, so now the celebrities that they talk. People like the Peter and Paul, where they call the peace play. People like the Choma Chukuka, where they shut up and down, where they not let us hear what during election. I saw all of them now there. Now me talking. So now don't blend down. Now they see what they happen for Enugu. Now they see what they happen for Ebonyi. As una brothers say they destroy properties, they wire small children with care, they beat married women for market. Una not see them. So now this is the right time for you people to use your platform, your voice and your money to stop this nonsense going on over there. You guys are not saying anything or doing anything about it. If not to follow Yoruba people or people where they get Lagos State, raise shoulder, do gaga, sha, Lagos is a no man's land, una go fit. Now it don't reach time for una to better una own state. Una keep quiet, all of una don't hide una head. There will be Cubana, then what did they call them? This celebrity barman. What did they call them? Cubana chief. What did they use the money do? Where Flavor? Where Peace Square there? Where all of una? When una dey share during election, and not let us hear, una just get money for nothing. Una get platform for nothing, una not dey use and do anything. No wonder una brother Peter Obi no win. Now because of this, una brother stupid things wey they do. Now this na what do Biafra. Shey una brothers, they don't know road to Abuja to go dey fight for Aso Rock. They don't know road to go dey beat women for there, but no, they decide say now all those village women where they don't know one, no two, now they want beat. They molest small children, they beat them anyhow. Say why they come out. All of una don't hide una head. They know they see una face again. Una not really wise. No wonder Yoruba people get sense pass una. And for these good 8 years where Tinubu go, they go use una head. None of una they go put for seat of authority. None. No wonder Asari Doku, but they use una do rag. I can't the one that say now this one make and see una finish. See wetin dey happen for Enugu and Ebo, una no dey talk. Where this guy where they call contest for Lagos State governor before, whether na GROB na be name or something. He know they see where mama from corner. I think they not talk say na Igbo this state, mama na from Igbo state, one of these eastern states. What is he doing about this nonsense his brothers are doing over there? So you won't tell me now say you know they see him. If now to follow Yoruba people drag now, Tinubu na thief, this one that one now go they shout. Now not they let us hear what for social media. Make I hear any of una again carry on hair come and they talk. I go they swear for all of them one by one. When I reach, una no say nah. Thank God say they want even clear Lagos. Once they don't clear Lagos, now they go clear all of una when we Igbo people come out for there. Make I know where una go wrong go. As una no want better una own state. Una no say this is the right time for you to go back to your own state and be making investment. Clear all the jargons, all this nyama where they there, clear and commons. So if you give these people opportunity to destroy Enugu, they destroy Ebonyi, they destroy Imo, they destroy Anambra and other states, where you go come wrong go? If Lagos now come to say, okay, may Igbo people come out for Lagos, pata as they don't they do and now, we start. Even if they don't agree, say now what they do, where are you running to? No, flavor, where all of una go wrong go. Not be the same place una for come una wrong go. Where make una afford una arms now, they look these boys there, they destroy properties. They use opportunity, they loot money and things where be say not be their own. The other people store, they collect it. Is this the right way to fight for freedom? Now this one when they fight for Biafra, how you want to come? How you want to come? Wanna continue. So far I not ever hear una open una mouth or insult Yoruba people again. Me not be Yoruba person, but una just all of na a fool, especially the celebrity. Una better wise. Anybody will go come after me for comment say I go swear for papa and mama because I no get sense. Jet people. Make una go clean up una state. Before they Tinubu na go decide say okay, you want deploy soldiers and army or police and go there, make they go they buy all those una brother. Una go they cry say they don't like Igbo people, they don't like us, How they go like una this na JJ mindset. Thank God say Peter Obi no even win because now for too fool na self for this.
So that lady said a lot of things. A lot of it may be a bit excessive in language, but the wider point that she's making is a point that a lot of people have tried to make. But when they try to make that point, they're easily quite shut down. So as I was saying earlier, you have 6 states, 6 security officers, chief security officers, all of them with an abundance of generous security votes. And then you see all of this going on. So very quick, Peace Square will shout, oh, Lagos this and Ibadan that and Abuja that. But then, of course, all of this going on in that region, radio silence. So this is where some of the criticisms are, and you could hear it in the frustration in that girl's voice, Vin.
Yeah, the girl, from the tone of her voice, is from the Edo, state. From the way she spoke.
Yeah,
See,
Delta. Yeah, Delta Edo. Yeah,
either Delta or Edo state. You see, I said it before. When we were there, when irrespective of Abacha was corrupt, but when Abacha was there, when Babangida was there, most of these things cannot happen. They will be taken care of. If you remember, when Abacha said,
No, sorry, Vin. You are going to the federal space, but what I was inviting is the state. Yeah, what are they?
One man see. If you look at the structure of security in Nigeria, it starts from the federal government. When people were killed by suspected, mark my word, before Jafaru in the comment section will begin to attack me, suspected armed Fulani herdsmen were killed in Enugu or Ebonyi. The governor shouted to Abuja, what happened? There was no response. When people were killed in Benue State, ex-governor Otum shouted, nobody listened. These security, chief security officers of states is on paper. They cannot do anything. The police is controlled from Abuja. That is why people are crying for state police, because they say crime is local. Every crime is local. In the United Kingdom, you have metropolitan police. In the US, you have county.
Hold on. I don't want it to be too. But the other thing she said was all of the big name celebrities, which was, and I'll bring you in as well. Uptown. All of the big celebrities, because you fall in that category, don't you, Uptown? Because you are a celebrity of sorts too in Lagos. All of the big celebrities that are very quick to tell us that this, that, and the other, some will do XYZ. It's always radio silence when you hear this thing. So there is no sense of a collective effort to address what is now spiraling completely out of control in the Southeast.
Yeah, one man, what is happening? What are the celebrities going to do?
They can make noise.
Didn't they do something in during the?
They said a lot about Alaba market. They said a lot about Alaba market.
No, forget. Let's yes, of course, but let's see what happened in Lekki. Were there no celebrities there? Were there no shot? My colleagues were sent after them, and so many were killed and slaughtered.
One man, can I interject?
Okay, go ahead.
Good. I think. With apologies, how do I put it? It's a very convenient way to blame every other person for what is wrong and not look at what we can contribute. I know the focus is what role can these people play, these so-called celebrities and the rest, that could have helped to take the breath, the air, or the wind out of the sail of the perpetrators of this evil business that is going on. At some point, we were hailing them. We bred these monsters. We made them to be like heroes. Some people were actually actively supporting them against every effort of the state. And the result is what we are seeing now. Let's pause there. Now, let's go to the larger framework of whose responsibility is security. I dare say every one of us. You said the gentleman was a military personnel, and he's made some very, what do you call it, that are not very correct. And I will just make a few. I don't know what happened during the Civil War, after the Civil War, but I know that social media had turned security landscape around, unfortunately, for the negative. I knew when Metasini happened.
Exactly. Yes. Sir.
I know the role state played. People, it's very convenient. When it's convenient for us, we say, oh, the state governor has no power over commissioner. It is a blatant lie from the pit of hell. There is a lot of ways state governors can influence and work together, have the cooperation of commissioner in policing their states. All this argument of, oh, a commissioner has to take permission from Abuja, blah, 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 blah. It is when it is convenient for them and they want to look. I'll make reference to just a few, and I'll just end it in just a few minutes. After Medicine in the north, I don't know which where the gentleman sat, we had the incident of banditry. We call them cattle rustlers and poachers in the north. There were 4 different operations. I can tell you very well about them. Operation Damiza in Maiduguri and the northeast zone, Operation Zaki. In fact, one of them targeted smuggling and especially of narcotics. We had, state coordinated it. Federal government was giving them support. We had different arms in our security agencies. I'm sure everybody know of SSS. They have their roles. We have the NIA. They have their roles. We have the DIA, Defense Intelligence Agency. We have the Nigerian Army, Nigerian Navy, Nigerian Police. We have several other. In fact, we have the DMI, Directorate of Military Intelligence. All of these have their roles. We have had our challenges in time past. What nobody we can get down to debate is that this immediate past administration invested so much and had turned around. Maybe we are not seeing the physical, the turnaround, because there are certain areas that still need to be tidied up. But our military,
we're not talking about. Okay, hold on, we're not talking about military. We're talking about the.
We are talking about security. Hold on, you made some mention about security. Hold on, let me finish now. You gave him. I'm not talking out of point now. No, man. Try. I was trying to calm them down the other time. I tried to talk 3 times. You muted me 3 times, but the other guy that was getting angry, you did not mute him. I was not going to add flame into the fire. I just wanted to calm them down and appeal to them. Can we just please move? But you kept muting me.
No, don't worry.
No, it's not fair. If you want to give us equal...
No, guy, don't do this now.
What am I
taking my time? You are taking my time.
No, you took my time.
No, God. But please now, we've already had.
Thank you. Good night. Thank you very much. Good night.
All right. Okay. Have a good night. We've already had one spark today. We don't want another spark again. So let me just
one man. Let me just round up. Then I will give other people. You see, I was there. I was online. I was in the line of making my submission before he came in. You see, state. It is a known fact. The architecture of Nigeria starts from the top down. The security architecture of Nigeria is from top down. Metasina he was talking about. And I would like to tell Bishop that my battalion, 29 Battalion, was Damesa Battalion. In Kaduna, 1 Mechanized Infantry Division, and we were in Rebado Cantonment, Kaduna. I was there, 1 Mechanized Infantry Division, before we were posted to Abuja. You see, when you talk of that time, it was not democratic system. It was a military regime from Babangida who stopped Metasines down to Abacha. That is what I would like to tell that my brother. He said he doesn't know where I served. I served in 1 Mechanized Infantry Division, 3 Brigade Bukavu, Barak, Kanu, and 29 Battalion, formerly, way back 1991-92 in Nguruyobe State. And when you talk of that smuggling, I was a member, one of the soldiers that were in that smuggling, anti-smuggling, in that area, the border area. I know what we suffered. It was military, not civilian. But when civil rule came in, the security architecture changed. Everything comes from top to bottom. One man. That is why people are clamoring for state police today, community police. That is why you see ESN. That is why you see Amatoko. That is why you see other vigilantes that are taking care of their states, because the federal government has no business in containing insecurity in the whole 36 states of the federation plus Abuja 37. That is the fact. There is no way when you go, look, for those of us that have lived in the north, I think Jafari will be there. If you like, put 1 million soldiers on that border, you cannot take care of it. When a government allow non-state actors to do what they are doing, then you know that there is serious problem in that situation. Look at what is happening now in the north. The former governor, I just want to chip in this. I know I will step on many people's toes, and it is a fact, whether you like it or not, this is the problem that has bedeviled that country called Nigeria. Ahmed Yerima was a former governor of ZAMFARA state. January 2000, he introduced Sharia law in the north. The same man in a recent video that about 4 or 5 days ago was campaigning and soliciting for the forgiveness and bringing in of the terrorist bandits. This is where you see the imbalance. Then when someone, a notable person from that side, is calling for the forgiveness of bandits, then you will not ask me why anybody will now say, go and kill those people, go and kill Sunday Igboho followers, go and kill Mazen Nnamdi Kanu followers, and so on and so forth. This is the problem that is going on in Nigeria. And as long as we massage or embellish or romanticize these problems, refuse to call them what they are, we will continue to have problems in that country. Thank you so much.
All right. All right, brilliant. Well said, Vin. Come in, Jide, and then after you, Jide, we'll take topics round because I think we've somewhat we've gone up on a tangent somewhat.
Too, so.
I'll pick it up from you and then I'll roll it all the way down. Yeah, Jide.
Okay. All right, sir. One man, I think we need to tell ourselves the truth sometimes, no matter how bitter it is, no matter how close it is to us. Even if it's my brother, we need to tell ourselves the truth. And the truth about what is happening in the South is, no, I don't mind if that girl is from Delta, she's from wherever she's from. The girl has spoken what I would call word of wisdom. She has spoken the words of wisdom. And it is only for us and those that mean well for the Southeast to take what this girl has said and action some of those things she said. Now, when this whole thing started, because we wanted Biafra, everybody applauded these guys, were behind them, they called for sit at home. Everybody obeyed. The kings, the governors, everybody did not see anything wrong in it. The government wanted to carry out operations to shut this thing down, Operation Crocodile Tears, Operation what this, Operation that. The same people that are blaming the federal government now said it was an attack against the Southeast. Now, this thing has gone out of control. We are now going back to the central and say it is the fault of the central. I think we are not telling ourselves the truth. This, we recently, you saw what happened in Oyo State. When auxiliary, that political thug, the NURT, whatever, wanted to constitute users. You saw how the governor dealt with him. Now, Hope Uzodinma in Imo State, I think it was December that I sent that link to you on the chat, woman. These guys were guys start fighting for Biafra and things like that. They had exiled a whole local government, everybody in the local government. And because they didn't have things to eat, nobody to sell to them, they started eating people, cannibalism.
Yes.
The governor.
We covered that once upon a time. We covered that. Hold on. We covered that once upon a time on this platform, and a lot of people were upset that there was still cannibalism going on about carrier.
Very good. Now, the governor did what he should do. Even though he came late, because most of those boys were boys they used for different operations before. Now, the governor rallied round, called DSS, called this. I think we don't know the power of a governor. And they came in, entered into that space, and they took control. Now, this issue of unknown gunmen, Masob, IPOP, it is the people that actually nurtured it, spoon-fed it, breastfed it, praised it, enjoyed it. Now it is fighting them back as a monster. When it was at its infancy, the central government wanted to terminate it. But because it was fulfilling the billing and the desires of some people or the majority of people that wanted it, it was not seen as a crime. Now it has now become a full-blown cancer. You are now shouting that the government at the central should come and help you because you, the governors, don't even have the control over the situation anymore. I think we should stop telling ourselves things that are not true, and we should tell ourselves the truth. If auxiliary was left alone, it would have become something like Adedubu in Oyo State. And we know what Baba Adedubu did because then I was living in Oyo and I went to Ibadan Grammar School. So yeah, at least my school was around the vicinity of his building in Molete. So I know what these people became. But the government dealt with auxiliary before it became a public problem. So now, what is happening in the Southeast? The Southeasterners themselves have to come out, fight these people themselves. The governors have to come out, debunk these people, rebuke them, castigate them, tag them terrorists. Now then the government in the central will see that you are serious and they will come to your aid. But you want them to come with armor tanks tomorrow, just like this girl said, and they will now come and tag it again and say they are killing Igbos. So it's because we are not part of Nigeria. Let us not be hypocritical in our views of things. These things should be condemned. They are killing innocent people, and killing innocent people is against the law. Under whatever disguise, even if it's fight for freedom, you are killing innocent people, it should be condemned. So I that is my submission on that. Thank you, woman.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Dewale, let's hear from you. Adewale.
Yes, I'm here. I don't know what transpired before now, but I could sense that there's some strong words and some little commotions before now. But nevertheless, I won't
you know, Adewale, it's something that it's a recurring decimal. I'm not sure if I'm too liberal or whatever it is, but it seems to be a record. There's always some spark off at some point, but carry on. It's something I have to think about. Yeah, carry on.
You know, there's one thing that I've noticed about we Nigerians. We are not very civil. We're in a hurry for everything. We don't have listening skill. We probably will never learn it because if something we never practice, hardly will be able to use it. ability to communicate by listening, active listening, is a very good, not just a trait, but skill that could help, understand your life, but we don't usually do that. We want to have the last word, we want to have the last say, we want to make sure that our opinion is shoved down the throat of people. There's certain words that seldom use on this platform. I don't call people liars. I don't tell people that, because everybody comes to the show like this with their own view, because they come from different background. So when they come and they say what they say, probably might be the extent of the limitation of their own knowledge about the subject matter. So it is now on us that, or whoever knows better, to educate the other person, but not by shoveling down the throat of people. And when I see people yelling as if there's nobody's getting a trophy for featuring in a show like this, we all come here to share our idea, talk, and sometimes have a good time, and everybody go. We never even met. We never see how we all look like. Maybe one or two people have catch my glimpse of the way I look on other shows, but we don't have to. I don't have to pick a fight with someone that I've never met, that probably will never have um anything to do with my life in the future, or presently or in the future. So why should I, you know, I don't know, but I think we need to learn. We need to learn that, Russia. We're always in a hurry. And that also speaks about what makes us we Nigerian. Speaking about the Seychelles, well, they have their own, what you call the sovereign power or authority to do whatever they want to do. Which I think, if I heard you clearly when you were reading the news, you talked about drugs issue, the reason why the ban was placed on Nigeria. Is that what it is, woman?
Yes, I think they are using the Seychelles as a
Uh,
transit
as a transit
point, yeah, for drugs.
transit
Yeah,
hub. Yeah, but
yeah.
here's the shell has been used for money laundering and all that before too, if I'm not mistaken, right? I think it's notorious for something like that. So sure. Apart from that, people go there for tourism. I believe it's also for money laundering, sort of. I think it's a Caribbean country, right? It is a Caribbean. I
Is it
want
not
to,
an African country, Seychelles?
you see, well, just like you have the Guineas and all that has been
It's an
notorious.
African
It's an
country.
African country,
It's
an
an African
island
country.
country.
Oh, okay. So,
African country, island country.
okay, awesome. Glad to learn that. So yes, just like you, I think Guinea also has been fingered as one of the narcotic hub in Africa as well. But you see, I think that country also, they have their own authority to ban whichever country they want to ban, because Nigerians, we explore, but sometimes when we explore and we found opportunity, we tend to, dabaru everything. Let me use our Nigerian lingo. We dabaru everything because we found opportunity now, so we want to explore and exploit it. And other people coming behind will not be able to benefit from that opportunity. Look at Dubai. I mean, United Arab Emirates. Before, the Nigerians used to go there. The first time I went to Dubai was in 2002, and I went back there 2005 and 2014. So, and in those time frame, there are a lot of development that happens there then, and but eventually, by the time the entire emirate became fully developed, Nigerians were already there, apart from the big men, but to the point that Nigerians started doing things that was bringing shame.
We have a big problem in Nigeria. Just as you were talking about the UAE, I'm sure you saw that in famous clip that went round when Nigerians were going into each other's flats with their cutlasses and
Yeah,
slashing each other. Yeah,
that was the last straw, actually. I believe that probably
and that
contributed.
was when the UAE started to crack down on us as well. Now
Yeah,
Seychelles is cracking. We have a problem. Oh,
we,
we
we
have a
do,
problem in our
we
country.
do, and our youth are the one that usually do this. I don't know, maybe because if you look at us, we are loud, we are boisterous. I mean, it could be positive, it could be a thing of strength, but in some cases, we don't know how to keep our cool. We want to be the only person, the loudest wherever we go and all that, and we bring unnecessary attention to ourselves. I mean, there's other countries that dwells in other countries, but we don't usually see them being there in the in the face of everybody. But to the point that we started doing illicit, you know, businesses and all that, to me, it doesn't speak well of who we are. I believe we can do better. Don't get me wrong, there are a lot of good Nigerians in every nooks and cranny of around
Omar,
this
can I
world
say something? Can I say
that are
something?
doing excellently well, and they are doing it, and they are making Nigeria proud in their own little way. But you see, when you found
Hold on,
some
Mike. Yeah.
unscrupulous elements that believe that it has Nigerian email has nothing to do with them, they can just go anywhere and start doing their own illicit businesses. At the end of the day, by the time they trace them, Nigeria is going to come up, right? Whether it's Yoruba, Hausa, Igbo, or a Fik or whatever, that won't matter anymore. What you will see there is a Nigerian man was caught with this or doing this or not doing that. So I think we should be, be mindful. Unfortunately, people will blame it on the situation, economic situation in Nigeria, why people, get into. But even when Nigerians was booming and everything was not necessarily well, have we ever had it good? But just that when we've never gotten to this desperate level, people they've been doing this kind of a business before, being found carrying, peddling drugs and all that. But that shouldn't be an excuse.
Dewale, a few months ago on this platform, I was suggesting, Ajale Koko was very angry when I said it. I was suggesting that Nigerians are instinctually criminal, and everybody started throwing rotten eggs at
I
me.
supported you there. We
Yeah.
are. I even
Oh,
used the word.
you were here.
I used the
Okay.
word.
Yeah.
I said genetic, and somebody said
Mm.
no, don't use genetic. And I said, look, you see, we are smart people. We are actually smart, but the way we channel that smartness, that knowledge, we're always trying to look for easy way out, even when we know that we can use this to our advantage. We are very, very smart people. Engineer goes anywhere, they want to make sure they grab whatever opportunity in that space, but we're always looking for an easier way out, the easier way out that can make money, and that is it. Making money is the center point of the focus of what we think about all the time. But it shouldn't be like that. We should, life is short. And it's not about making money all the time. You're peddling money peddling drugs and doing 419s, and Yahoo is no longer even I mean it's now like I won't be surprised when people started claiming it on their tax paper that their job is Yahoo scamming, because look around now, they're being celebrated every corner and everywhere you go. But to me, it doesn't speak well of our patriotism. It shows that Nigerians are not truly patriotic in such a way, because if we are, we will think about where we come from. Like Yoruba say, "Ilela wo-" sorry, that's not the right adage, but like more or less, like you look back, you have to behave so that you will not spoil the name of the family. So nevertheless, Seychelles has they have their own power. They have the authority to do whatever they want to do, because nobody will want them to, corrupt their people and cause social degradation. Because at the end of the day, with the youth of the country now started using drug or peddling drugs, and it's going to affect the economy of the country. It's also going to bring shame, and at the same time, they will become a pirate because people don't want to do business with them. See, all these things have domino effect. At the end of the day, if the country is trying to launder their own image as well, but they are now being termed as the narcotic ops, and it's going to take a lot of step backs for them. So yeah, it's shameful and it's condemnable what Nigerians have done. But I think also the federal government can also step in, because I don't think there's any problem that cannot be solved, diplomatically, politically. It depends on how the federal government handles that space. There could be maybe bilateral understanding or some agreements signed between both countries to be able to filter some of those people that will be traveling to that country instead of just outright ban on every Nigerian trying to travel to that country. So at least people doing businesses, legitimate businesses there would not lose out now or in the future.
All right, brilliant. Mike, you wanted to come in?
Yeah. So I think in any desperately poor environment, people there will always look for desperate way to make money. Right? So it's not something peculiar to Nigeria. I think it's a global phenomenon. I've been here in the United States, go to the poorest communities. The people there, they're ready to sell drugs, do something. So when people are desperate, it's always the case. Now, to me, I think the solution, way to tackle that issue is, I think the way we visas are issued, and also the way our government just allows certain people to just travel through the border. Like if you're going to travel through another country, I mean, you have to go to Nigerian airports, except with passports, except people that are just walking around. So to me, I think it's the easiest solution. Like I said, the government hasn't stepped in because one, like I said earlier, most of these people that are carrying drug on them to go through airports are usually people that just don't know what they're doing. They are not educated about the process of being scanned or how they will catch them, or even the thing they're carrying. They're not very knowledgeable of even the rule of law. They are usually very ignorant people. Most of them, if you go see them, they're caught. But the people that are sending them are the ones that trick them, are the people that actually know what they're doing. So the solution to this is, most of these countries that they're having this problem with Nigerians. It's not United States or UK that someone is taking. Back in the 80s and there, it was the UK, US, but you hardly hear of Nigeria being caught in American airport or UK airport, because typically before you go to those countries, you have to go through some kind of screening with the immigration process. Go to US embassy to get visa and all those things. But these other countries, like Malaysia, Seychelles, all these things, to get their visa, you don't go through any kind of screening. It's like people already figured that, okay, the visa just show money, they stamp your visa. And then when they are going through Nigerian airport, what can Nigerian immigration or Nigerian government do something where whoever wants to travel through Nigerian airport in Nigeria, you kind of screen them, question them, like, hey, what are you going to do in this place you are going? And do you know that if you do take drugs, you do this is the process you go through and you can get caught? And just kind of do some kind of, maybe you take a class for 1 hour to educate yourself about where you're going. So in case if you're someone that's strict to carry drug, you will now be enlightened that, hey, what I'm about to do, actually, I didn't know that this is on its way. It's on, it's something I'm going to face, So it's an easy solution to it. But Nigeria is like, the government, like I said, they're not doing anything about this thing. So it will keep on happening until we take those measures, step in and know that, hey, this is happening. People are being tricked to go to Nigerian airport and take drugs to these countries, and they will end up, they will get 99% of the chance or 90% of the chance they will get caught. So Nigerian government have to step in. Before you travel to that airport, you should be questioned, where are you going? How did you get your visa? What are you going there to do? And if we consistently have Nigerians that have nothing.
Sorry, is that for everybody that travels through the airport?
No, not necessarily. Of course, if you see someone that's, there's some people.
So you're talking about profiling.
You have to do some kind of take a measure. Okay, for example, United States, when the 9/11 situation happened, after that, things changed. They put in some measures in the airports where everybody have to go through some security things or something. You have to take a measure if there's a problem. If your image of your country is constantly being damaged, and you have to take a measure. You can't keep doing things the same old way and just sit around and complain.
You don't think the Nigerian airport process is cumbersome enough? You want to add another layer to it? Have you ever been to a Nigerian airport?
Yeah, that airport alone is these days.
It's a hellish experience.
And that's part of the problem, because the people that work there alone, they are just not people that are fit to be working in airports. They are all desperate for money too, for one. And I'm not surprised how drugs easily go through that airport, because everybody there is just there to make money. So if you want to go through that airport, you have to do just pay this one and just go through. So they don't get caught in Nigerian airport. They usually get caught in their final destination. And so the problem starts with Nigerian airports. So, That's just the problem, you know. Our system is just terrible. And why do we allow, and all these countries themselves, they allow Nigerians, they don't have anything to come and offer their countries. Why are they giving Nigerians visas to come there? I'm not saying don't give don't just give a guy from Nigeria that has nothing to come and do in your country visa to come to your country. And then you wonder, like you guys mentioned about the Dubai, those people that are hacking each other. They were poor people, they didn't have money. So why are you bringing them in? If not for your own personal, because a lot of these countries, they are bringing slaves. They want people to come there and come and do slave work for them because their citizens can't do it. So that's why they will give visa to people from all these desperately poor countries. So they can come to their country and come and be doing those dirty jobs for them. So the blame goes across because there's no point of giving somebody from another country visa, somebody in another country that's desperately poor, that has no money, you give him visa to come to your country and you're expecting him to get there and be a criminal. If the Nigerian government we don't give Americans or Indians from their ghetto to come to Nigeria, we give the rich people there to come.
No, but like you said, it's a different situation, isn't it? Because Nigeria is trying to grow, but the UAE they're already grown to some point. So you're using the UAE as an example, and even in the UK we've had instances of this as well. So there are certain jobs that are citizens of certain types of countries that they would never ever, they would rather starve to death than do those jobs.
They go on welfare now.
Yeah, but those jobs still needs to be done. So of course they will go and harvest from all of these poor third world countries and then use them as manual and menial labor. So is that not
So what? So if you're going to these countries and bringing their poorest or the poorest, well, you know that most criminals in any country live in the poor communities. If you're now bringing them, trying to use them, and they end up in your country committing crime, so why are you blaming the country of their origin? Why are you not labeling the country of their origin as a bunch of criminals? No, you went there to go and bring desperately poor people, knowing that any desperately poor environment, the people there are more likely to commit crime, to be criminals. So now why are you blaming the country where you're the one that gave them the visa? It's not like you gave visa to one medical doctor or one Dangote and they're coming to your country to be selling drugs, committing crime. They're not going to do that because they're not desperate for money. So it's your fault, man. It's the fault goes, the blame goes around. It goes across. The Nigerian government, they want to stop it. Just stop letting your desperately poor people work with their own people. Like, listen, you can't be taking people from ghettos, all these places, and expect them to come to your country and not behave in a rugged manner.
All right, brilliant.
But you know, on one thing is one man. Drug peddling has been around for a very long time. But you know, land border smuggling is the most tedious one to control. But when it comes to, you know, going through the ports, whether airport or seaport, it's a lot easier to control that space. But you have to have the right personnel that will manage or man those posts, like the NDLA officials that we have now. I think Boba Marwa, even though he tend to, you know, celebrate his own victory or successes in the dailies more than what they are doing. I'm not saying they are not doing excellently well, but you have to have someone that you trust, that you'll be able to manage, you know, your ports very well. There's some documentary, I think it's still on the YouTube now. I watched those documentary. There are some countries that has been marked, you know, and every person or every, like I said earlier, sometimes two countries could have good, robust agreement between them before a passenger or a suspected passenger, you know, departs from those notorious country. The receiving country would, you know, they will communicate to them so that they will look out for those individuals or group of people that are coming. And in some ways, they help each other financially to be able to establish some, you know, enforcement that will actually do those, primarily those jobs. So it is easier to control. Yes, in some ways you need other nationals to come into your country. But you know, at the same time, when you have a good understanding with those countries, then it will be a lot easier for, you know, to be able to target and to, you know, pin down those who are.
You know, the most sense we've heard from you today, Dewale, is the noise of your daughter in the background.
Oh,
Does she want your attention? How old
No,
is she?
she's with her mama, but she's always demanding. Man, she's a landlady. She does what she wants. She's been here a couple of times today. I just mute my mic because I know she want to grab the earpiece from me. I want to talk to you
No,
guys.
it's the joy of it, isn't it?
It is.
She likes to hop on your lap. I mean, she likes to
Oh,
sit on your.
absolutely. Oh yeah,
Yes,
all the time, all the time.
my daughter does that too.
All the time.
I think she thinks my lap is a chair or something. She would never
You
sit
know,
anywhere but there.
girls and their
Yeah,
daddy, they're always
yeah,
5 and 6. If you
yes.
don't mind, I can address Ekene real quick.
Carry
Ekene
on.
asked a question. I said, "Don't you think that our government have a lot role to play to bring sanity in the activities of our youth?" Absolutely, the government have a huge role to play to bring sanity. Number one, the youth have to have a job because if you don't provide alternative, there's nothing you can preach. There's nothing you're going to tell the youth if you don't provide alternative for them. So they have to have something that will be productive. But if you look at it, I wonder how to counsel the Yahoo boys to leave that lucrative Yahoo business and start going to doing farming or going back to school. I wonder how they will be able to counsel such people. So we have a society that not that the government per se too, but families, parents have not done their job the way they're supposed to do it. But if government provide the alternatives, then the parent can step in. At least you can have a stringent penalty put in place. Okay, here's what we've provided. Now, if you don't do this, this is what you are going to get. And at the end of the day, the youth will have no choice than to go back to, being productive. Because at the end of the day, those penalties are going to be very hard. So yes, but the government has to provide the alternative that will be able to, take the youth away from all these drugs and all those illicit activities that will damage their life in the future. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Well put. Excellently put. What I'm going to do is I'm going to whip it round and kick it off with Bartholomew. We're about to stay there because I want to hear from you as well. But let's go to Bartholomew first and hear from him. Bartholomew, it is becoming quite regular. We see you again. How are you?
Well, man, good evening, everybody. Good morning and good afternoon, everybody.
Wherever you are, you forgot the wherever you are. Is that not how Nandekano? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. This is Radio Biafra calling from London.
Anything where one column make you the column.
How body now?
My brother, body dance I close to.
Yes, now there's supposed
I received. Sorry to listen. I received one of your brother, one family of my Lagosian brother. They came from your side. They came from London last time. I mean that, but they came to my job. So I allowed them to come and witness where I work at museum. So even the guy dropped his phone number. But I don't know if they already went back. I told him to come back again, I told him, I said, listen, I'm here. Just come.
I thought you were a bodybuilder. Since when did you start working at a museum? I thought you were an exhibitionist bodybuilder.
I do bodybuilding. I still do job. I still do security job.
The bodybuilding, no, they pay. I thought you were one of those Ferrari driving celebrity bodybuilders.
No, one man. My bodybuilding, I'm not doing it I'm not doing it because of money. My bodybuilding, I started just because of love I have on it, But
and you're still on it.
Yeah, I'm not doing it because of. If I was doing it because of money, I would have going far away by taking steroid and all those stuff. But I just doing it because of the fun and the love I have on it, and again, and that is what makes me to come to this country because of the challenges I have back home, and all, many things, So, so that one apart. So, I wanted to speak about I want to speak about the girl that tried to give us advice about clean in Igbo land.
Carry on.
Okay, so you see, you know, they say that sometimes, in Igbo language, they say that amara ibezie means if family don't know how to behave or how to talk, other cousins or other big families or other big relation can still also, you know, stretch the person's neck sometimes. So the girl was started in a good advice from the first, and at the last minute she just turned it into different thing, into, you know, calling names and
sorry, Bartholomew, for the benefit of the people who were wondering what conversation you and I were having, that is the bodybuilding. So this is Bartholomew, but carry on. So that's Bartholomew. Where was this one? What were you doing here? Did you win?
Of course. Now this is in New York here. I've been so many states.
Did you win this? Did you win this particular whatever it is?
I'm always number one, number two, number one, number two. My trophies are here, plenty. One day I'll send the I'll take the pictures and send to you.
All right. Sorry. Carry on.
So you know, the girl started by good advice, but I don't think that all these our celebrities that she is calling to go and help Igbo land will do anything about what is going on in Igbo land now, because I am an Igbo man. She's not. Huh? Okay. So
sorry, carry on. Yeah.
So I am an Igbo man. She is not. She says she's not an Igbo. She is speaking according to what she sees in social media, which I agree. Everybody's opinion counts. She is right. I never like to, you know, dispute people's opinion, because anybody can bring good opinion that we can use to work out something. But, you know, I don't think that we vote all these our celebrities in the office to secure our life and our properties. We have our governors, which you mentioned here, our 6 governors or 5 governors, whatever. But if they cannot secure our land, which the place they too come from, just like I do, Enugu, Ebonyi, Anambra, Imo, and the other stuff. They can do it if they want to do it, one man. It is very simple for them to do it. Just like, for example, let me just give an example like Ifanyoba from Newi. Only him. I'm not saying that he's a good guy or he's a bad guy, but only him try to help his own town people to mantle CCTV cameras everywhere, and every indigene of his own town volunteered themselves to secure their land. Even when I was back home in the village, we used to do, you know, night watching every night. You know, we group ourselves. So this our insecurity, something that we are seeing in Igbo land. One man, I think this thing have go beyond what an ordinary man can try to go into, say he's going to help, because you don't know this. Nobody knows where these guys are doing, this thing, where they come from. But if our governors, plus the money that they're receiving from federal, will be enough for them to sanitize our forest and our road, or help to build vigilante groups, security of houses in those Onitsha Enugu road, in those Aba Owerri road, to help the masses that vote you in. We're not supposed to come in here in this very platform and discussing about insecurity. Nigerians, as a Nigerians, if they want to secure their land, they will secure their land. This is not something that we're supposed to go to school to learn how to secure a place. No. But we come here every day and discuss one thing. The girl talk about, from there, she jumped into P2B. From there, she jumped into disrespecting Asiwaju. From there, she jumped into Badebo or who in Lagos. Come on, you can't just spreading people's name. If you have a problem with them, come down and call their name. These people have nothing to do with Igbo land insecurity. They are just individual like me. Flavor is, I don't know Flavor don't know me, but I know that this very boy called Flavor has been helping a lot. If you see how Flavor helping the widows and the people that don't to eat in Enugu State, you will not believe it. And Flavor is not from Enugu State. He's a Anambra man, but he lives in Enugu. He grew up in Enugu. So if our governor want to help us, one man, they will help us. They will help us. They don't want to, because from there, them too will find a way to siphon their own money. They don't care about us. Insecurity is number one thing in the country. The people that you are leading, you will not be there and let them be dying. Just like what happened one time, sorry to say this, in Catholic Church in Ondo one time. What the governor of Ondo say? Oh, that the people they're not from Nigeria. They came from outside Nigeria. One man, we all know that these people are lying. Did anything happen about after that? Did anybody find them? No. Did anybody get arrested? No. Even if they get arrested, they will go behind and release them. Fashoranti daughter die. Did anybody arrested? No. They just cook something and tell us, what are we going to do? The gun is not in our hand. They are the one that carried everything. You know, so the girl doesn't. What the girl was saying there, it doesn't make no sense for me. She wasn't speaking. She wasn't making no sense. She just tried to, babaja everybody. Or if we do this in Lagos and do that. No, for me, it's only one time I rent house in Lagos and it doesn't work out. Me and my landlord, because my wife and my children lives in the east. They used to come to Lagos twice in a year. After if my children have a vacation. My wife is a Ghanaian, but she lives in my village. They come to Lagos twice, and my landlord wasn't telling my children not to be playing inside the landlord. My wife tell me, listen, we're not gonna be stupid like that. We pay this man for almost 2 years, and we only come here twice, and this man cannot let us to drink water and leave the cup. They don't like you. They don't like you. Stop. I'm not gonna come here again. I will not be taking risk on the motor coming to Lagos, taking risk on the motor going back, and this man will not respect me. It's not gonna work. My wife tell me stop paying, and I stop. So I'm blaming my.
Bartholomew, you are making a wrong. No, wait. You make a wrong. Hold on, please. You make a wrong assertion. No. Let me correct you, please.
Hold on, Thomas. Let him land.
Let me finish because listen.
But hold on, Bartholomew. Bring it home in a couple more sentences, and then
okay. Let me just make it so. Yeah, one man. Yeah. I'm sorry. Let me do it so that you can bring a Kenneth, because I see him saying you should bring him. Please, I'm sorry about that. So, you see, for me, I'm a traveler. I live in Cotonou. I live in Togo. I live in Ghana. Before now, I'm in America. So I begin to travel not today. If I go to your house, the type of eyes that you look me shows me if you welcome me or not. And it shows me if I'm gonna stay.
You've taken us all over the place.
Okay.
You were talking about something, but I bring it home. Yeah.
So let me finish. I'm done with this Eastern security. So if let me just put one or two contribution about our people selling. the solution
the
solution of our security people knows those that are doing it. It is true. I think Mike is right, because if we tight our belts very well to secure our land, it's still the same. It is still the same thing, because they have the main people that send them to go and do those things, and those people are the one that settling those people in power, giving them money so that they can let their boys come and do whatever they want to do. So let me leave other people. Let me give other people a chance to talk. One man. No, I don't want to. Please.
All right, stay there. Although you've taken us around the houses, I'm not quite sure what we gleaned from that. But let's hear from Ribadu. So Ribadu, on mute. So I'm not going to lead you with any question. I'm just going to let you free flow to the conversation. But I will put
one man.
Yeah.
Can you respond to something before you move on?
Sorry.
He make a comment which is very wrong. Fachuranti daughter's killer were arrested and jailed. They are in the jail now. So that is the wrong comment there. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Yes, we must stick with the facts. And that's anyway. Let me not do that. So yeah, let's welcome Ribadu. So Ribadu, speak freely to the conversation. But if you want to pick it off the headline on the screen, you can. Court orders Obasanjo Yar'Adua Jonathan Buhari government to account for $5 billion Abacha loot. So you can speak to that, or you can speak to whatever it is that piques your interest in the news today. Good to see you, Ribadu.
Hello, everyone. I hope my reception is good today.
It's excellent. It's the best we've had so far.
Yeah, thank you. I don't know, one man. This Abacha loot is never ending, and
yes,
I don't know. Let me talk to what is very closer to my heart. That is the security issue in the northeast, in the southeast. Sorry. So I don't know. You see, this security of a thing, like just the previous speakers, they said that it's all tricked down from the federal government. It's true, because the state governors doesn't have army to command. They don't command police per se. You understand, to some certain extent. So all that have to take into account. But you see, my fear is this. These are security challenges that is coming from the Igbo land. Is a very serious and worrying development, because when something of that nature keep brooding on off, you don't know to what state it will metamorphose at the end of the day. I am speaking from experience. You see, in Borno here, when Mohamed Yusuf started preaching in the mosque, gathering youth, nobody give him attention. Everybody saying it's just this guy is making noise, he's doing that. Before you know, he started threatening people directly and indirectly, the government. At the end of the day, look at what happened. He took us by storm. And now look at the suffering. In fact, it's just a terrible thing, So I pray the government will look into it with a very big, as in a concern that it's well deserving on that issue. And also, you see, we fought civil war in this country, which is a very terrible thing. But most of these youths, majority of them were not born during that time. Okay, and nobody knows the suffering that zone went through. And the elders that are still there, has to really, really tell these youths that, this is what we witnessed during our days. Because only God knows where it's going to lead. Nobody knows how far an insecurity issue challenges will lead to. It's not something that you can predict.
Let me ask you a question, Ribadu. Like you said, you see this concern that we're hearing in your voice is the concern of all of us, because the insecurity in that space, it seems to be escalating and getting more violent and more violent. You saw the clip, all those men in that red robe just shooting sporadically in a heavily, concentrated. So all of that. But do you feel there's a sense that a collective effort is being made by the region to address it? Because a lot of people feel concerned that the region, they talk rhetorics, but you don't actually see a pulling together of all of the governors and all of the, they just go on this. We were doing a review of Ojuku's younger brother when they arrived on Arise TV yesterday. So it's just this rhetoric, but you don't see a sense that there's a collective effort being made by the region itself to address it. Am I right in saying that, Abdibadu?
To some certain extent, you are. You see, you must have capacity to effect change or to bring about change in any issue. I mean, do you think youth that are being motivated on the premise of being marginalized, not being given due concerns are quite genuine? You understand? But from day one, it's about the government, the orientation is not there on the national level. What I'm trying to say here is this. Do you know now today history has been struck off in Nigerian curriculum in the secondary schools?
Yes.
So, I mean, when somebody went through secondary school, we are not teaching our younger ones the history of our own people. So they don't even have genuine knowledge and to comprehend the experience that we went through. So all what they hear about this Biafran war, the civil war, is that the entire country come together and fought the Igbos. I mean, let's be practical. If it's happening in the Hausa land, it's the same thing. If it's happening in the Igbo Yoruba land, it's the same thing. So that gap of communication kind of create that belief of, okay, we are not needed, we have been marginalized, we are not being treated fairly, and whatever anyone tells them, they take it into account. I mean, for heaven's sake, why from the first place will you deny a whole generation from learning from their history, their past? That is one of the fabric that created, give a platform for such idea to grow. Okay, and then even if the state governors have genuine reasons or will to address this,
is the security vote that they get every month, is it not exactly for this sort of purpose, to address this sort of matters? What is the security vote for, if not for this?
But do they have the infrastructure on ground to address it?
And they do. I don't like this idea that they don't come out. You know that as the state commissioner of police in every state reports first to the state governor and then oversighted by the inspector general of police. And I kind of think of a state that doesn't have like a platoon of military men in some barrack somewhere and they have security meetings, by the way, with the military, the police, all the state governors, they do. So they have some instrumentality of might. They do now. They do.
One man. Let us be very, very practical. Okay. Let me give you example from my own region here. Do you know the reason why this imaginary menace ceased to exist in modern Nigeria? Because the governors are politicians, the senators are politicians. All those people that were supposed to put an end to all this, they are politicians. They cannot afford to aggravate the population. Okay? Imagine now if an Igbo governor said, okay, enough is enough. I want to use iron hand and settle this, let me call in the police, let me call in the military, let me go to the presidency, let me talk this, do you think he's going to latch on that chair? And unfortunately for us, our elite across the country, they prefer their political power than the well-being of the society. This is what I'm seeing. I don't know if I may be wrong, okay? But this is the issue. Are the governors and their senators and the members House of Reps, are they willing to sacrifice their vote that they are getting from those people? Because today, if any Igbo president will say, I don't want this movement, I don't want this uprising, I want to go against it, eventually he will be left alone because he will be seen as an enemy of the Igbo people. Likewise here, this is why our governors here in the north don't want to ban this Al-Majri of 18 because they would be seen as anti-Islamic or whatever. Before you know, they will kick him out. And they don't want to lose that power. So sometimes I don't know how this thing is going to end, to be honest, because they are similar. You understand? So, and this crisis, my biggest fear is this. If they allow this crisis, we are even lucky that the West, the warmongers of the West are occupied with Europe now. If not, easily they will have influenced this in a larger scale because they have interest in the resources we have in the country. They will easily bring in their military advisors, pump all sorts of weapons into the citizen, into our youth hands, just like what happened in the north. So it's a very serious thing. I don't even think if I will not say if the whole Nigerians are not aware of how the magnitude of the seriousness of this issue.
The concerning thing is, Ribado, it seems to be getting worse, not better, because every time so the sit at home went from Monday now to a whole week, so and by the way, they're saying the space is losing about 700 billion naira just off the back of some of these activities from the start of the sit at home under Nnamdi Kanu till now, that about 700 billion naira has been lost in that space. And poverty, even as industrious as we know the Southeasterners are to be, poverty is slowly being seeped into that space, which will be, it take a lot to reverse at this trajectory. I mean, it's no longer a joke, it's no longer a joke, is it? Because drip, drip, drip is now starting to turn into something that is almost impossible to control.
So the issue is very obvious that the situation is beyond the governors. Okay, it's just too obvious. Okay, and I don't know what policy or what dynamics or what strategy the government is going to use to address this problem. Okay, but believe me, I pray they will not do what they have been doing in Jos and other parts of the country, to just send the military rampantly and go, because that is going to boil and create a lot of deep chaos into it. So this issue has to be, they have to call the governors, call the senators, call especially the EZs, the traditional rulers.
There is one voice that can solve all of this, and that voice is in our DSS custody.
Yeah, it's quite possible. It's quite possible, but is he willing? I mean, after all, this one has been victimized beyond. I mean, for how many years now? You understand? But is he willing? And you will only negotiate when you have the leverage in your hands. When the government, especially the previous administration, allowed these things to get out of hand, now when you bring Kanu back onto the table, I mean, what is he going to say? You understand? So I don't know what you mean by that voice? You know, is he willing to bring peace to the nation? Because mind you, this is somebody that has been campaigning for the Biafra land. So it's a very serious issue, because if we did not handle this issue amicably as a country, it would plunge Nigeria into another dimension again. Mind you, this one, it has the potential to be more than Boko Haram issue, because you are not dealing with one state, you are dealing with the entire zone. So the population is there, you understand, and apart from that, how am I going to put it? What platform how will you pacify something like that? Something that is as complex as this. How will you pacify it? So we really need all the help we want. We need all the diplomatic brains we have in the country. We need to talk sense. We need to be, and the federal government has to be realistic in a sense that it has to sit down, hear these people. What is their grievance? Why is all this? If it's Nnamdi Kanu they want, I mean, why will you hold him for all this while? When eventually you know it's a problem that is sitting down, you have to deal with it. So one man, it's really scary, you know. It's really scary.
You know, it's even more scary because it's not actually far from Lagos, you know, all of this, because the southeast is only what, a 4-hour drive from Lagos. So, you know, it's something that has to be addressed. But, Ricardo, let me take you to this headline on the screen before I go to Ikene. President Tinubu emerges ECOWAS chairman. So that is his first real outing, apart from the Paris summit. And he has come back with the price of a chairmanship, but it doesn't really matter. Whoever the Nigerian president is, I suspect will get that seat anyway. But what does this really mean? Does it actually mean anything? ECOWAS, is it anything to be excited about? Does it excite you?
Yeah, it's you know, whenever you are being recognized as a nation, it's something to be delighted about, you know, and this shows that the West African community respect Tinubu, and then they recognize with him, because you know most of these Western countries have been giving him cold shoulders, you know, so it's a positive step, you know, even though the whole ECOWAS region really relies on Nigeria, both financially and in military aspects. Like, as you know, during the military coup or whatever it is is it Zambia or Gambia? I think you know, it was the Nigerian army. When we say, okay, this is not going to be enough, is enough. That was how
it was Gambia. Zambia is in Southern Africa. That was Yahya Jammeh, wasn't it? That refused to leave. Yeah, that refused to leave his seat. Yahya Jammeh.
You know, if not because of he saw the Nigerian military might, he wouldn't have left that country the way he does. You know, the way he did. So it's a plus. Is we welcome it, and we are happy about it. Yeah, that is it.
You know, Ricardo, for all of the criticisms that I have against Buhari, and I'm a huge Buhari critic, but the way he handled that Yahya Jammeh, I was really delighted. It showed the might of Nigeria in a way that was quite visible. He just told him to get out of here.
You should give that to EMIR, or what they call it, the Minister for Foreign Affairs.
Godfrey Oyema.
Yeah, it was his brainchild, and I always regard him regard him extremely high. You know, he's a very nice person. He's a good technocrat. So it was his brainchild, actually. He pushed for it, and then Buhari the green light. So that's it for him on that side.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ricardo. So thank you, Ricardo. So Ikene, let's hear from you. Ikene, you're up next.
One man.
Okay.
I throw a salute.
Lafiako.
Yeah, well done, sir. Well done, everyone on the platform.
No. You know, Sabi Lafiako. I say Lafiako. You don't Sabi how to answer that one.
I know Sabio. I must tell you the
Look at
facts.
that. And you call yourself a Nigerian. You say Lafia Lao. If I say Lafiako, you say Lafia Lao. I say,
You know,
if I say
so,
Yayako, you say Yayaiki. Carry
you
on.
know, someone has criticized me in this platform that I'm not a traveler. So, and I know that I'm not a traveler.
Let me try you again. Bawoni.
No, I'm gonna forget that one.
Look at that. All right. Okay, let me try you one more time. Kedu. Okay, at least you know that one. Okay, let's hear from you.
Okay, I wanted to start with the issue of insecurity because I will not stop to speak about that area because that place is very dear to me. If I wish I have the authority, I would have go and try my best to know how I will curb that insecurity in that area. So, but what I want to make it clear is that that area is pure criminality that is going on there, whether from IPOB, Masop, Biafra, or whatever they are coming from. Because I begin to recall, even in Abia State, that is the hometown of Nnamdi Kanu, all these things are not, Abia State is more secure than every other state in the southeast today. You can go and check it, one man. And I think Nnamdi Kanu is from Abia State, Umuahia precisely.
Umuahia, yes.
Yeah, but that place is not as hot as Imo State, Anambra, Enugu. Just check it. Check if you can check it very well. Up till today, even all this sit at home, I don't think is. But that's if that is really because of Nnamdi Kanu, why is that Abia State precisely not? Because that is his hometown, and I believe he have more followers in that state than all other southeastern states. So it is pure criminality. Those guys doing that thing they are criminals. So what will then happen? What is our governors doing? Are they the ones? Because they say they once brought out Bubago and all that, but at the end of the day, it becomes a political.
Yeah. Whatever happened to Bubago, we've even forgotten about it.
So I begin to wonder. So, but I want to say something for you to know that it's pure criminality, because anybody here that is from Anambra State, we know how Anambra was during the time of Ngige, Mbadinuju, and all that. If you know Opiweka very well, that popular Opiweka, I know how it was even before I came to Lagos. That place is a very hot place. And I think those days is not because of IPOB or anything. But that area, anybody that knows Onitsha very well knows that you cannot pass that area without being robbed. Unless, as in, your God saves you that day. It become, the time of Deli Kongwa Mama. Do you remember?
Carry on. I can't say that I do, but carry on.
Yeah. So anybody from
I
think
Sabi Jericho. I Sabi am.
So everybody here should know about Deli Kongwa Mama, and not only him. It becomes so that guy. It becomes so rampant that he's even terrorizing from that Lagos and all that area. As in, what happened? This give birth to what they call Bakashi, because the governor then don't have the ability and order to even track that particular person called Deli Kongwa Mama. The governor then don't even have the capacity to track him down. He now introduced.
Is it some sort of criminal? This Derico or something? Is it some sort of criminal?
In a very high way. You understand? That time, Opiweka, you cannot pass that area. You must be robbed. Me, as I was once robbed in that area, I took it as That is how it is. You understand? So there was during that time there was one that I cannot forget, that robbery incident that happened between those Nnewi bank, that Nnewi, that bank road. Those banks used to close around 2 or 1 those days, because if you stay more than that, that branch will be robbed. If you go to Nnewi, there's a place called Bank Road. That area is full of all bank and all that, those businessmen and all that. So if you're not careful, you'll be robbed. It become very terrible. The governor then don't know what to do. He now introduced Bakassi boys and all that. After some time, those Bakassi boys, people were praising them. They were those Bakassi boys were the downfall of that Deliko Mama. But at a point, those Bakassi boys became just like what ESCN is doing now. They became they turned to become some armed robbery squad. They start to use their platform to do other type of illegal activities. So you see, people saying that security is all about the federal might and all that. I doubt it, because these are the days of Mbadinuju, Ngige and all that. So when another governor came, which I will not mention his name because some people will not like to hear his name. So he tried to thwart that incident by creating some local police. He tried to build a relationship with the federal government then. And he was able to get everything he wanted from the federal. My town also benefited. My town was given about 3 security vehicles, well equipped. Some of my village people belongs to the vigilante, well equipped. They begin to tour every area, secret area in my state, in my town those days. People were beginning to sleep. Everything began to calm down. Everything began to calm down to every local government in my state. That was how it happened. They have 2-3 vehicles, well equipped, vigilante, well equipped, funded by state government. After he has gained all those things, one particular issue still remains, that OP worker became a very big burden that he cannot fight it. He went straight to the barracks and they asked him, what can I do? That OP worker is still a problem to me. What did this governor did? They gave him his solution. He came back. If you have traveled to OP worker very well, that place used to be all this small bunk, all this bunk, this Bako and all those bunk and all that. When you enter there, you see Igbo, smoke of Igbo going up, like where they are cooking for burial food and all that. So all those things used to happen there. So what the governor did was to use bulldozer, clear all those areas, put up a very big structure there, tie that road very well, clean up that place. At the back of it, he put up an army barracks there. Opiwega became calm. That was what the governor did. For the almost that time, this man called Evans. I know him. I know his town. I know when his building was being pulled down by the same governor, he ran away. So for the almost 5 to 6 years of the tenure of this governor, Anambra became so calm, so cool, that you can travel, sleep anywhere you want to sleep, go anywhere you want to go. So I am being pained that after this thing, after his tenure and all that, all these things are beginning to come back again. So that is why I said that what is going on there is pure criminality. And the people we have in government as a state governor, they are not able to do. Just check about Imo State. Just check about how all these things start happening in Imo State and all that. So saying that that it's all about federal and all that, I don't believe it. It's all about the relationship we have been able to build with the federal government. Then they will give you the platform to build up security in your state. Because even the state police, the way all these our governors are behaving with power, how can they handle that state police? The way they are so hungry with power, that during an election, they want to kill, they want to bastardize everybody in order to gain power. And you are not talking about those. I don't think those guys are not matured. Those governors are not matured, especially those in the southeast. They love money more than the citizens. They love power more than the citizens. They don't care. As far as that their enterprise is going on, which is that government, they are benefiting. Those security vote money they are taking from the federal government, what are they using it for? They have not been able to call out meeting. They have not been able to, even the Ebupago they set up, they couldn't even fund it very well. They couldn't even pay those guys very well. They couldn't even equip them the way they are supposed to equip them to carry out their activities around the whole Southeast zone. So I begin to blame all those governors we have in power. They are not well to do. They want to protect that their particular position, that governor seat. That is the only thing they want to protect. So I don't want to go far. There is a saying in our village that na opatalonkwalo singwere bialo yolo. The person that fetch firewood that has a ant and the lizard, has ant and the others has invited the lizard to come and work for him or her. They are the cause, and they know the problem, and they don't want to solve the problem. And the federal government knows that they know the problem. You see that they don't want to tell themselves the truth. I'm becoming so upset with those illegal governors. I'm just giving you an example. You are a journalist. Just make inquiry. Ask about Abia State, how it is today. Compare it with Imo State. Compare it with Anambra. Compare it with Enugu State. That is the hometown of Nnamdi Kanu. Abia State is more secure than this 4 states I'm telling you today.
Why do you think that?
Alex Doti is walking around Abia State with his foot.
Yeah, I saw him doing a walkabout. He was inspecting roads and whatnot. But why do you think that is, that Abia State is safer? And which of the southeastern states is the most unsafe in terms of unknown gunmen?
Enugu State. Then you come to Imo State, Anambra, then Ebonyi. Because Ebonyi was somehow cool before the election, but they just started now, as of recent. Ebonyi was somehow cool before this election. After this election, they just pick everything up. And these governors are not in their state. They are in Abuja. They are governing from Abuja. They always want to share money. People like a governor of Imo State and all that, you hardly see them in their state. You hardly see them in their state. So how would they now manage the security in that state, insecurity in that state? How can they do it? How can they deal with it? Their house is in Abuja. They sleep in Abuja. They woke up in Abuja. They always want to sit with the president to negotiate a deal. I think these men that are supposed to be visiting all the local government in that state, all the local government. This governor I told you in Anambra said, I saw him the first time he visited my town.
Yeah, you can mention his name is Peter Obi.
Yeah. That vehicle, those vehicles he gave those vehicles that he gave those security, they are still using it today. But it's just to change it, re-equip those things, and make it work again. Even if they are old, can they change it? He bought them jacket, all this police jacket and all that. These are the guys that I know. He just employed them by himself. He gave them order to employ them. He told us bring 10 people. This place bring 10 people that is capable, that want to do this job. The whole community rallied around and brought out those people. And you don't just bring them out. You equip them. You finance them. These guys were well paid. They were well financed. And they did a very wonderful job. If you see them those days, to join security, you will have the appetite. You have the appetite to join security force. But now, it's not like they're not looking into those directions anymore. Soludo will just be there speaking English from one community to another. All this and all that. They don't just have appetite for that. The government is all about the people. Government is local. Government is local. When you want to serve the people, go to the people, know what they want. Reach those communities, reach those local governments. Let them see you. Visit their community leaders. Visit their. In our town, we have youth leaders. Visit all those guys, those youth leaders. We have in my town, we have youth leaders that if Soludo will be able to visit them today, ask them what they want, equip them. I tell you, one man, insecurity, you will not talk about insecurity in Anambra State again. It's a fact. I know those youth leaders. I know what they are capable to do. Bring government to them. What is all these governors doing? Why should they allow the Southeast to begin to boil? This is pure criminality. Whether they emanated from IPOB, they emanated from Mazop, these guys are pure criminalities that is going on there. Deal with it. It's not about speaking grammar, going to Abuja, you guys stay in Abuja for many months, you come back when you want to come, you load a big security convoy and they guide yourself direct to your house. Then the next morning, you load yourself with security convoy down to the airport, off to Abuja again. Is that how to govern a state? Is that how that even in the areas you people are living? Is that how government are being done in those areas? They feel so lackluster. Very.
Do you think the governors are looking the other way just because they feel they don't have the capacity to address it, or do you think they just don't care?
They have the capacity. They don't. Let me say they don't have the capacity, but it is not something that cannot be done. It is something that can be done, but maybe because all of them are thinking about the next election. Who Uzodimana is thinking about how to win the November election.
Yeah,
without
I saw in the news that it was being endorsed by the chieftains in Imo State.
Yeah, that's the only thing he knows how to do, to give money to those chieftaincy people. He now forget the ordinary man on the street. That is the only thing they know how to do. And that is why we keep on electing all these people that don't have capacity to even govern their house. Somebody that cannot, people that don't even have capacity to govern their immediate family compound. Give them a leadership role to govern a state or even a local government. I use the Southwest to give example. Governors. They came up with a very good security plan. Well equipped. Just think about it now. Use it to compare what is happening in the Southeast. Just to be concerned. Come out with a good plan. Equip those guys. Fund them. The money is there. Even if it is security you are to give your state for 8 years, it's even more better. Because there is nothing like allowing the life of the people being lost in at every given opportunity. If it's only give them security, forget about all this infrastructure. Who are you building it for? If you are building those things without the people that are going to use it, what is the need? You first of all give them a life, protect their lives. Then you start to give them infrastructure. Then that is when they will be alive to enjoy those things. Is it that you build infrastructure and you don't protect the life of the people? Most of them are not even building anything. Even infrastructure itself, I cannot even see the insecurity. So go and check it very well. What I'm expecting about this, if it's all this and the kind of stuff and all that, because I'm beginning to think, I'm beginning to think very deep now. My head is boiling. I'm checking. Go and check Abia State now. Unless what is in Abia State, you don't travel. If only he has a meeting in Abuja, he goes to Abuja and still come back to Abia State. He stay in Abia State, but most of them are in Abuja now. That state that is supposed to be boiling more than the southeastern state, or the four southeastern state that remain. Abia State is supposed to be one of the most insecure states. But I'm telling you that Abia State is the most secure state in Southeast as of today. Can check it very well. Is you know their son? Is that now they come from Anambra State or Imo State? Now they can is from Abia State or Umuahia. That state is beginning to gain ground today. At least before you hear about shooting in Anambra State, first of all, you're supposed to hear it in Abia State. That's how it's supposed to be. But you hear it from Imo State to Anambra State. You now jump Anambra State. You now jump Abia State and went down to Enugu State before you hear another shooting. Then you are now listening to hear from Abia State. You will not hear anything. Alex Oti comes out every sanitation day. He will patrol all the whole Aba town and still go back. These ones are there speaking English, making noise. So it's pure criminality. I've known the people that have killed. They're using that sit-at-home order, hiding under it. Now they can release him so that anybody that put his head, they will use that opportunity to kidnap that person, to rob that person, and they demand some money from that person. That is what they're doing. So one man, what next? Thank you.
All right, thank you, Kenneth. So thank you, Kenneth. I think after that impassioned speech, I'm not sure that let me hear from he is left. Let's hear from Professor Data Kenneth. Professor Data he has been away from the platform for a while, so let's hear his voice. Prof, has been a while.
Yeah, good day. Are you hearing me?
We can perfectly.
Okay, and welcome I greet everybody in the platform. It's a very long time I've been here. I know earlier today something happened and I was trying to connect and I didn't connect. Okay, I've seen the topics. Let me start with the Tinubu emerges ECOWAS chairman. Um, the only thing I'll say, um, even though I don't support him, but I believe in one thing. That role he's to play, he should play it well. You understand? The ECOWAS chairman is not an easy office. This will be a true test for him because this time around he's going to, let's say, oversee, govern ECOWAS countries within the West African coast. And this is not something you just sit at a spot to do. It's possible for him to sit at a spot because we all know how technology, the type of technology that's available this time around. But it calls for him to be alert and attentive to all these nations for him to play that role as an ECOWAS chairman and you know come out success with a good, like call it, result at the end of the day. I don't know how long the ECOWAS chairman tenure is, but I think it's about 2 years. I don't know, but you know, you should see that he does well there. Now, let me go to speak about that aspect of Seychelles. You understand? Seychelles, will I say banning visa to Nigerians. I'm sad when I saw that news. I think I saw it yesterday. I wasn't happy. I wasn't happy in the sense because Nigeria is meant to be the giant of Africa, and I believe as the giant of Africa, I don't, I feel it's sad for such a nation, a small sovereign nation, Seychelles, that's an island country, is putting forth such kind of restriction to Nigerians. It's very sad. And it's just as a result of the bad eggs among Nigerians, you understand, that display some trends or behavior that calls for that. I remember when you started the program, you mentioned something like this drug trafficking or I prefer to say drug laundering, sway. That is what caused it. And it's good Nigeria traces back what is responsible for all this. Yes, I agree with the statement you said you made sometime on this program. I wasn't there. That Nigerians have a kind of trend of criminality in them. That statement to me, I agree to an extent because one thing with us Nigerians, most of the time, you know, we want to get things the shortcut, and what is causing all this simple is how this nation is being governed. In this nation, most of the time you see someone that's a crook being celebrated. As a result of that, everybody wants to, be celebrated. And one of the shortest ways to get celebrated is to become a crook. Why I say it is simple because many people these days, all they want is to get to that limelight. Even if that celebration lasts for some months, they're okay with it. They're just okay with it. Ehen. So that is part of why, you know, some Nigerians indulge in, this drug business. I think it was earlier Mike mentioned, no, I don't think it was Mike, but someone mentioned that most of these people smuggling drugs, they find their way out of this country from the airport. But in most cases, they are nabbed on transit when they get to another nation. And my brother, that's how it will be. till things go on well in this country, and these things have to do with the way things are governed. I will now mention about the aspect of this insecurity in the southeast. I'll say the truth, I have not done much research on it, but the news I see flying around tells there's a lot of insecurity in the southeast. I still boil it down to about two reasons. One, hunger. Secondly, the aspect of will I call it idleness? No job for some of these folks. They have no job. Then thirdly, I say it's because of people capitalizing on this aspect of sit and hold. That is just the simple thing about it. Some people may not like what I'm saying, but that is it. Because we all know this sit at home. Last year I went home. The sit at home is there, but to me, there's still people moving around. There's still people moving around, and people capitalize on it. And this insecurity will remain till the governors of the southeast sit up. I buy the idea of the person that spoke before me. He makes in a statement he made clear that these governors are just after their pockets, and that is true. Why P2B was able to succeed is simple. I don't care what people say. You see that man, one thing I like that man, he's not after the money from the government. I don't care. This I know people that work today. He's not after it. Because that man was after the funds coming from the government. There's no way he would have made Anambra calm. No way. He wouldn't have been able to succeed. This is somebody go and ask in the offices, the people that worked in his offices. Those people weren't that happy. The reason there was that they expected all the kind of, will I call it, allowances. They thought they were in a jamboree environment where there will be always gyration, merry, good. No, that's it. That's not how he goes. He's much more focused on things moving forward. That's the type of person P2B is. We all know the aspect of the role late. I learned it's late now, late in Badnuju. In Badnuju, I'm not surprised what criminality was on for two reasons. One, that man was a lawyer, and if you go and ask, he was somebody that was handling all these crooked cases. That means he was a lawyer handling cases which he knew that when he goes to court, those people won't succeed.
I'm not sure where you are. What are you?
What I'm trying to say is that Mbanuju, in his tenure, why criminality flourished to an extent was because the man as himself wasn't credible. As a lawyer, before he came into the seat of power, go and ask people. He wasn't a lawyer. He was a lawyer handling crooked cases which he knew the person is at fault. He'll still dumble his head in there and do. Secondly, he had traces of even criminality, because at that time, before when he was made governor, there was a statement Jim Mobu, the one-time governor of Anambra, made. He made that statement and people didn't take it seriously. He says, "Hey, Anambra is gone. This man, Imbanju, to rule this state, Anambra is gone." And it happened. We all know what went on with Imbanju tenure. Then Guinness Book of Record, the longest strike in the whole world. It was in Baniju. He owed teachers for 1 year. 1 year. Go and ask. The year 2001 to 2002. The schools, there was no school. The students in all public schools took WAEC without attending school. It was during Obasanjo's time that private schools got ground in Anambra. The man did that. Okay, he made use of Bakassi. The problem with Bakassi then was it got corrupted. It got corrupted. That's it. Now, this aspect of insecurity can be handled, but it's left for the governors to do their best to handle it, because I'm not happy hearing all these things. So, the governors in the southeast, they just have to sit up. Concerning Tinubu and being chairman, it would be bad for me to say he should fail, even though I don't, I'm not in support of how the route he took to become president. But I believe in one thing strongly: any person on seat, you understand, in most cases, you should, not just wish the person bad luck. You understand? Because what will push that person forward and make him succeed is there. And is based mainly on the type of foundation the person laid before coming to that seat. I rest my case here.
Oh, all right, brilliant to Apple, brilliant to Apple. So thank you, Prof, and thank you everyone as well. I think I'm going to bail out here. I'm barely able to keep my eyes open.
Where's Thomas?
Thomas is not. It's been called by work. It's been called by work, so he's not able to.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's been called by work, so he's not able to be with us. So and I'm barely able to keep my eyes. So you can tell that a bit of a low energy from me. So let me go get some rest, and then we'll do it again tomorrow. Good to see you, Prof, and good to see you, Vin, as well. So those are the OGs, by the way. You see this guy on your screen right there, Dewale.
Yeah.
You see this guy on your screen right here, Professor Datao. We started the platform together. I'm sure Ajanle Koko, wherever he is listening. I say now the Prof is back, so it's like a full moon. All the old names are even Vim. Yeah, they are back. But unfortunately we couldn't have a full blown out session. But we will reconvene for later, of course, to do it all over again. So thank you, everyone. Let me shut it down, and then we can speak in the back end.